Hey guys, welcome to the channel. Sit back, relax, shut your eyes if you need to, and drift into the abyss of relaxation as we explore the wild, weird, and wonderfully chaotic biodiversity of our planet. From creatures so small they could hide inside a raindrop to beasts so massive they rewrite the laws of physics, this isn't just a science lesson, it's a journey across Earth's living library. So grab your curiosity, pack your imagination, and prepare to meet the thousand species that prove nature never runs out of ideas or surprises. Hey guys, welcome to the channel. Sit back, relax, and shut your eyes if you need to as you drift into the abyss of relaxation. Today, we're stepping onto the oldest stage in the universe that still performs nightly, Earth itself. A planet where every grain of sand, every drop of rain, and every heartbeat adds another verse to the longest story ever told. Life. Imagine it. The world before cities, before languages, before the first whisper of fire. The air was thicker, the sky raw with lightning, oceans steaming like cauldrons under a sun still learning restraint. Out of that chaos, something miraculous happened. Tiny bubbles formed, membranes of chance enclosing the first spark of chemistry that learned how to copy itself. That was no accident. It was persistence. And from that microscopic rebellion came everything you've ever loved, feared, eaten, or dreamed about. Fast forward a few billion years, and the planet has gone from sterile rock to a rolling, shimmering mosaic of life. Coral reefs blaze like underwater fireworks. Rainforests breathe fog and thunder. Deserts hum with hidden motion under the sand. You, standing here listening to this, are part of the same experiment that began in those primordial seas, a descendant of molecules that refuse to quit. Scientists estimate there may be 8.7 million species living on Earth right now, and we've catalogued barely a fraction. New life forms appear faster than we can name them. Frogs smaller than coins, jellyfish that live forever, orchids that impersonate bees to trick pollinators. Evolution isn't a slow shuffle forward. It's a wild dance, a billion-year rave where survival is the ticket at the door. Take a walk through any forest and you'll see what I mean. Under your boots, roots trade minerals with fungi. In the canopy above, insects sculpt the air like living confetti. Every leaf is a solar panel. Every breeze carries pollen, whispers, and the gossip of generations. Even decay is choreography. When a tree falls, its wood feeds beetles, bacteria, and mushrooms, who in turn nourish the next seedling waiting in the dark. This is biodiversity, the planet's creative engine. It's not random, it's strategic. Every species is a solution to a specific problem: how to eat, move, mate, or avoid being eaten. The cheetah's acceleration, the octopus's camouflage, the mimicry of butterflies, all are upgrades tested in the brutal laboratory of time. Failure goes extinct. Success multiplies. Consider the axolotl, that permanently youthful salamander from Mexico. It never fully grows up, yet it can regrow lost limbs, eyes, even chunks of its spinal cord. Scientists are still trying to decode its genes, hoping to borrow that magic for human medicine. Or the tardigrade, smaller than a grain of sand, but tougher than any superhero suit. It can survive boiling, freezing, radiation, even the vacuum of space. If aliens ever land, odds are they'll find a tardigrade waving first. And while evolution sculpts individuals, it also designs cooperation. Bees and flowers, sharks and remora, clownfish and anemones. These are contracts signed in survival ink. Even you are a walking alliance. Trillions of microbes live inside your gut, digesting your food and producing chemicals that keep your brain balanced. You're not a single organism. You're an ecosystem wearing shoes. The miracle of diversity isn't just the number of species, it's their interdependence. Remove one gear and the clock stutters. Kill off the pollinators and forests wither. Drain the wetlands and coastlines crumble. Nature doesn't believe in isolation. It believes in networks. The predator needs the prey, the coral needs the fish, and humanity needs them all, whether we admit it or not. Look closer still, and you'll see that even struggle has purpose. The lion shapes the antelope's speed. The antelope shapes the lion's hunger. Competition drives innovation. Every tooth, claw, and feather is the outcome of 1 billion near misses, 1,000 generations perfecting one design. Yet for all its violence, nature is strangely generous. Energy is never wasted, it just changes hands. When a gazelle dies, it feeds the soil that grows the grass that feeds the next gazelle. Life eats itself to stay alive, and somehow that circular hunger becomes beauty. Think about the color blue in a morpho butterfly's wings. It's not pigment, it's physics. Tiny scales bend light to create an iridescence that flashes electric when the insect moves. That same principle inspired anti-counterfeit holograms on banknotes. Or consider the lotus leaf, whose microscopic texture makes water roll off without a trace of dirt. Engineers borrowed that trick to invent self-cleaning glass. The world is a genius teacher. We just finally started taking notes. Yet the deeper lesson of biodiversity is humility. For all our satellites and smartphones, we are still dependent on bees to pollinate crops, plankton to produce oxygen, and forests to regulate climate. We are guests at this banquet, not the hosts. Every breath you take owes thanks to algae in the ocean and leaves in the wind. Every meal on your plate began as sunlight caught in a chloroplast. When you walk outside after this, try it. Listen. The buzz of an insect, the rustle of grass, the caw of a distant bird. That's the planet's heartbeat. You are hearing 3.5 billion years of improvisation still playing, still evolving. Each sound, each flutter, each sigh of wind is a note in the grand symphony of survival. And here's the secret most textbooks miss. Life isn't fragile, it's relentless. It adapts to radiation, to vacuum, to fire and ice. When asteroids hit and skies darken, life hides, waits and returns stronger. Even after 5 mass extinctions, Earth keeps reinventing itself, wearing new skins of feathers, scales and petals. We call it evolution, but maybe it's closer to resurrection. So next time you stare up at the stars and wonder if we're alone, remember this. The miracle already happened here. Against impossible odds, a rock covered in water learned to breathe. It learned to crawl, to fly, to dream. It learned to look back at itself and ask why. That's diversity, not just of species, but of imagination. Take another breath. That's Earth exhaling through you. From microbe to mammoth, from fern to human, everything that lives shares the same spark. Different faces, same fire. And that fire, my friends, is the greatest story never finished. Now that you've seen the spark of life, let's pull back and look at the masterpiece it painted. The web that binds every species, every ecosystem, every living atom into one colossal organism called Earth. From the rainforest canopy to the deepest trench of the Pacific, the planet operates like a single body. The rivers are its veins, the forests its lungs, the coral reefs its heartbeat. Life isn't scattered, it's synchronized. Every movement, every migration, bloom and heartbeat connects to something else, unseen but essential. Picture the Earth from space. That glowing blue marble spinning in the void is more than geography. It's an orchestra of energy exchange. Sunlight transformed into sugar by plants, sugar into muscle by animals, and muscle back into minerals by decay. Nothing is wasted. Even death is just a detour. In the carbon cycle, your every exhale feeds trees, whose oxygen then fuels your next inhale. It's not poetry, it's chemistry disguised as art. In a single teaspoon of ocean water, you'll find millions of plankton, microscopic drifters that power the planet's oxygen supply. They're the lungs of the sea, creating half the air you breathe. Above them swim sardines, who feed tuna, who feed sharks, who keep populations balanced in the eternal economy of life. On land, pollinators like bees and butterflies connect floral nations, turning sunlight into fruit. Without them, global agriculture would collapse within seasons. Everything eats, everything feeds, everything returns. It's an unbroken loop, a cosmic recycling plan so elegant that even chaos becomes order. When predators thin herds of grazing animals, grasslands recover. When forests burn, nutrients return to the soil, making room for new growth. It's brutal, yes, but also balanced. The web of existence is not a battlefield, it's choreography. Take the kelp forests along the Pacific coast. These underwater jungles sway in rhythm with the tides, home to fish, sea urchins and otters. Remove the otters, and the urchins multiply uncontrollably, devouring the kelp. The forest vanishes, the fish disappear, and an entire ecosystem collapses. But bring back the otters, and harmony returns. The kelp grows tall again, oxygen bubbles rise like pearls, and life reclaims its rhythm. One species restored, 1,000 revived. That's the magic of interconnection. Humans, of course, are the planet's most ambitious experiment, and its most disruptive. We built empires, split atoms and reached the moon, yet still rely on microscopic soil bacteria to grow our wheat and rice. For all our technology, we remain woven into this web. The oxygen from the ocean fills our lungs. The pollination of wildflowers feeds our livestock. The shade of a tree cools our cities. Strip away the infrastructure and screens, and beneath it all, we're still mammals listening for the next meal and the next sunrise. But here's the catch. We've started tugging at the threads. Forests vanish under bulldozers. Coral reefs bleach in warming seas. Species that took millions of years to evolve vanish in decades. The Anthropocene, the age of human dominance, is rewriting the planet's story faster than nature can edit it. Scientists estimate we're losing species at a rate 1,000 times higher than normal. The sixth mass extinction isn't a future event. It's happening now, quietly, invisibly, in forests and rivers we'll never see. Still, the story isn't ending. Life, as always, fights back. In Chernobyl, abandoned after the nuclear disaster, wolves roam freely through radioactive forests. In cities, peregrine falcons nest on skyscrapers, turning human architecture into hunting grounds. Coral farms are rebuilding reefs one fragment at a time. Nature is stubborn. It adapts to us faster than we adapt to it. And when we listen, when we work with the web instead of against it, miracles happen. Reintroducing wolves to Yellowstone changed rivers. Yes, rivers. When the wolves returned, deer populations balanced, allowing vegetation to grow along riverbanks again. The new trees stabilized soil, cooled water, and invited birds and beavers back. The ecosystem rebooted itself like a living computer, all because one missing line of code, the predator, was restored. That's the lesson of biodiversity. Everything matters. From the tiny plankton drifting in moonlit currents to the elephants sculpting savannas with their tusks, every life form contributes to stability. Even parasites and scavengers have their place. Vultures, often vilified, prevent disease by cleaning carcasses. bats pollinate night-blooming flowers. Even mosquitoes, as annoying as they are, feed fish and birds in intricate chains of consequence. Nature's web isn't random, it's architectural. The deeper scientists study ecosystems, the more they resemble networks, systems of nodes and links, just like the internet. When too many connections vanish, the network crashes, but strengthen the links, and it becomes nearly indestructible. This is how life survived ice ages, meteor strikes, and continental drift, not by standing still, but by staying connected. Every ecosystem, from coral reefs to tundra, is a test of resilience. The Amazon rainforest, for example, acts as a planetary air conditioner, regulating temperature and producing 20% of Earth's oxygen. The Arctic, though barren to the eye, reflects sunlight like a giant mirror, keeping global climates stable. When these systems falter, the web trembles everywhere. A drought in Africa can ripple through food prices in Asia. A forest fire in Brazil can alter rainfall patterns in the US. We live on a planet where cause and effect travel faster than wind. And yet, in the cracks of all that fragility, wonder blooms. A single seed can start a forest. A single coral polyp can build an island. A single bee can father a hive that pollinates 1,000 flowers. The web thrives on the smallest gestures, repeated billions of times. So next time you see an ant carrying a crumb, a bird tugging a twig, or a spider weaving its silver thread in the dark, know that you're watching the universe repair itself. The great web doesn't need perfection. It needs participation. It needs every species, including us, to remember that we're not rulers, but caretakers of the only planet known to host such dazzling chaos. We're not separate from nature. We are nature that learned to build cities, compose music, and live-stream sunsets. Every innovation we've made, every airplane, telescope, and computer, is just another echo of life's urge to connect. And connection is the heartbeat of existence. So look again at that web. The forests breathing carbon, the oceans singing oxygen, the animals sculpting landscapes. It's all one system, one pulse. The miracle of diversity isn't the sheer number of species. It's that they all coexist, clash, and collaborate in an endless dance that began before humans and will outlast us if we let it. The web is alive. The web remembers. And whether you're a bacterium in the soil or a human recording a podcast about it, you're part of that memory. Every breath, every heartbeat, every footprint adds a line to the planet's unfinished poem. The story of life isn't done. It's just evolving. Take a moment and look down. Beneath the soles of your shoes, beneath the pavement, beneath the roots of every tree and blade of grass, lies another world, ancient, hidden, and astonishingly alive. If you could shrink yourself down to the size of a grain of sand and dive beneath the surface, you'd enter a realm more alien than Mars, more crowded than any city, and more essential than the air we breathe. This is the soil kingdom, the living skin of our planet. Most people think of dirt as dead, the stuff we sweep away, the grime on our boots, the dust that coats forgotten shelves. But that assumption couldn't be further from the truth. A single handful of soil contains more life than there are humans on Earth. Billions of bacteria, millions of fungi, thousands of microscopic animals, all moving, eating, reproducing, and dying in an invisible symphony. Every inch of soil is a universe unto itself, a world where creation and decay coexist without pause. Let's start with the engineers of the underground, earthworms. They are the architects of fertility, tunneling through darkness, digesting dead leaves, and excreting nutrient-rich soil that sustains forests and farms alike. Each worm is a silent plough, turning and aerating the ground. In 1 acre of healthy soil, there can be more than 1 million of them, working tirelessly to keep the earth breathing. Darwin once said, worms had done more for the history of the world than most humans. He was right. Without them, the topsoil that feeds humanity would vanish. But worms are only the beginning. Dive a little deeper, and you'll find the mycorrhizal fungi, the underground web connecting nearly every plant on the planet. These thread-like filaments, thinner than a human hair, stretch for miles beneath forests and fields. They form partnerships with roots, trading nutrients for sugars. Through these fungal networks, trees share resources and even send warnings of danger. When insects attack one tree, chemical signals travel through the fungi to alert others nearby, prompting them to release defensive compounds. This is no fantasy. Scientists have mapped these messages. Forests, it turns out, have conversations. Each footstep you take presses down on cities of microbes, microscopic organisms that live and die unseen. Bacteria in the soil transform nitrogen from the air into a form plants can use, the foundation of every ecosystem on land. Without these unseen chemists, crops wouldn't grow, forests would starve, and the chain of life would collapse. Others decompose organic matter, recycling the dead into the living. Every leaf that falls, every creature that perishes, is broken down molecule by molecule and turned into food for the next generation. Decay isn't destruction, it's renewal. When it rains, you can smell this invisible life. That earthy scent after a storm, called petrichor, is actually the perfume of microbes, specifically actinobacteria. They release spores that create that nostalgic aroma, signaling life below rejoicing in the moisture. The ground, in its own way, celebrates. Dig deeper still, and the soil reveals an ecosystem of microanimals. Nematodes, translucent worms as thin as silk, glide through water films between soil grains, preying on bacteria. Springtails, tiny insect-like creatures, leap great distances relative to their size, consuming decayed vegetation. Mites patrol the tunnels like scavengers, recycling every crumb of organic matter. Even microscopic predators like protozoa roam the underground rivers of moisture, hunting and being hunted in endless cycles. The more you look, the clearer it becomes. The soil is alive in ways we barely comprehend. It's not just a medium for roots. It's an ecosystem as complex as the rainforest above it. Each species below plays a role in maintaining the balance above. Fungi feed plants, bacteria feed fungi. Worms mix it all together. It's a partnership so efficient that it has sustained life on this planet for hundreds of millions of years. Yet, the soil's story goes deeper, literally. 2 miles below the surface, in crushing pressure and total darkness, extremophile microbes thrive. They feed on the chemical energy from rocks and minerals, surviving temperatures that would boil water and pressures that would crush steel. Their discovery changed everything we thought we knew about life. It proved that biology doesn't need sunlight, only energy, chemistry, and willpower. These deep-dwelling organisms form what scientists call the deep biosphere, a hidden reservoir of life larger than all the oceans combined. These microscopic pioneers could hold the key to understanding life beyond Earth. If microbes can survive underground here, why not beneath the frozen crust of Europa or Mars? Every shovel of dirt could be a clue to the universe's grandest mystery, whether we're alone. But while this hidden kingdom thrives on endurance, it's not invincible. Human activity has been eroding soil health faster than nature can recover. Industrial farming, deforestation and pollution strip the ground of its living residents. Overploughing destroys the structure worms and fungi build. Pesticides kill beneficial microbes, and erosion washes away centuries of fertility in a single storm. Scientists warn that the world loses nearly 24 billion tons of fertile soil every year. That's civilization's foundation crumbling under our feet. Still, hope lives underground too. Across the globe, farmers are rediscovering ancient practices now called regenerative agriculture. By planting cover crops, reducing tillage, and restoring compost, they're reviving the soil's living web. These methods bring back earthworms, increase microbial life, and even capture carbon from the atmosphere, slowing climate change. It's proof that nature doesn't need perfection, just cooperation. So next time you kneel in a garden, don't see dirt. See the universe's oldest city. Picture millions of beings beneath your fingers, each one part of a grand machine older than language, wiser than invention. Every clump of soil is a galaxy of life, its citizens working together in silence. The ground is not passive. It's alive, aware, and endlessly busy. Close your eyes. Imagine the faint crackle of roots stretching through darkness, the slow heartbeat of the earth pulsing beneath you. Beneath the concrete, beneath the forest floor, beneath the waves of grass, the planet hums with energy. It's been humming since the first life began, and it will keep humming long after we're gone. Because in the end, the soil doesn't just hold the world. It is the world. The unseen kingdom below us is the reason there's anything above us at all. Imagine digging a hole, expecting emptiness, and instead discovering civilization. Not the kind with buildings and cars, but one so intricate that human cities look primitive by comparison. Every inch of soil is an organized chaos of tunnels, chambers, trade routes, and living networks humming with silent communication. Welcome to the web beneath the roots, the underground metropolis that keeps the surface world alive. Start with the architects, ants. They are, in many ways, the original urban planners. Beneath your backyard or a patch of sidewalk, millions of them dig labyrinths that stretch for meters, complete with ventilation shafts, nurseries, and waste chambers. Some species farm fungus gardens, cultivating crops on bits of chewed leaves. Others herd aphids, milking them for sweet honeydew like livestock. Entire colonies function as superorganisms, where each ant behaves like a single cell within a greater body. The level of cooperation rivals any human city. No traffic, no rebellion, just perfect coordination powered by chemical signals. Above the ants' tunnels stretch the root systems of plants, living highways where nutrients and messages flow. Scientists call this zone the rhizosphere, the most active border on Earth, where roots and microbes negotiate survival. It's a constant marketplace of trade and trust. Roots exude sugary compounds to attract helpful bacteria, and in return, bacteria dissolve minerals locked in rock, handing them over like payment. Nearby, mycorrhizal fungi connect one plant to another, forming what's been poetically named the wood wide web. Through these fungal threads, an old tree can send carbon to a shaded sapling, or share warnings of drought and pests. Forests, it turns out, don't just coexist, they communicate. This web isn't limited to trees. Grasses on the plains, crops in the fields, even the flowers in your garden, all plug into the same invisible network. It's an ecological internet, powered not by electricity, but by biology, one that's been operating flawlessly for over 400 million years. Each connection strengthens the whole. Each species plays its part in a global alliance of exchange. Then there are the bacteria, the chemists of the underground. Among them are nitrogen fixers, microscopic workers that take nitrogen gas from the air, useless to plants, and convert it into ammonia and nitrates, the very nutrients that fuel growth. Without these unseen artisans, there would be no wheat, no rice, no forests. Every bite of food you've ever eaten owes its existence to their quiet labor. Some of these bacteria form nodules on plant roots, living inside them in peaceful symbiosis. They feed the plant, and in return, the plant shelters them from the harsh outside world. The soil's social structure mirrors ours in eerie ways. There are producers, consumers, recyclers, and guardians. The protozoa, single-celled hunters, control bacterial populations, ensuring balance. The mites and springtails handle sanitation, breaking down waste and leaf litter. The worms keep the tunnels ventilated and the nutrients evenly distributed. Together, they form an unspoken harmony. Remove one, and the system stumbles. Remove many, and it collapses. Even sound travels differently here. Beneath the roots, vibrations replace voices. Insects drum on the soil to warn others of predators. Worms sense footsteps above as distant thunder. Fungi respond to pressure changes, expanding or contracting to reroute nutrients. The ground beneath you isn't silent. It's whispering in frequencies too low for human ears. Deeper still, life becomes stranger. Microbes in the subsoil metabolize minerals like iron and sulfur, drawing energy from the Earth's chemistry instead of sunlight. They are the ancestors of all living things, remnants of a time before photosynthesis. These chemosynthetic organisms may one day help us terraform barren planets or clean polluted soils on Earth. We're only beginning to grasp how much potential they hold, not just for ecology, but for medicine, technology, and survival. But this invisible world is fragile. Modern agriculture and industry have severed many of its threads. Pesticides wipe out beneficial insects and microbes. Deforestation strips the forest of roots, starving its fungal partners. Over-tilling crushes the delicate soil structure, turning it into dust that drifts away in the wind. Humanity has been unintentionally breaking the Earth's oldest alliance, the bond between roots and soil. The cost is immense. Without living soil, rain runs off instead of soaking in. Floods worsen, crops weaken, carbon escapes into the atmosphere, accelerating climate change. What once worked in perfect equilibrium now teeters on imbalance. Yet the remedy is simple. Let the soil live. Across the world, a quiet revolution is underway. Farmers practicing no-till farming and regenerative agriculture are proving that cooperation still works. They plant cover crops that feed the microbes, use compost instead of chemicals, and rotate crops to restore nutrients naturally. The result? Earthworms return, fungal webs reform, water retention improves. The ground, once barren, breathes again. Urban planners are catching on too. Cities now experiment with biosoils, green roofs, and tree corridors that reconnect fragments of nature into living infrastructure. Even in concrete jungles, nature finds a foothold. Moss in cracks, fungi on damp walls, bacteria cleaning the air. Life adapts, always looking for a way back to balance. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine the ground beneath your home. Beneath the foundation, through layers of sand and stone, lies an entire world you'll never see, alive, ancient, tireless. The roots of a nearby tree might be shaking hands with fungi miles away. A beetle may be dragging a fallen leaf into its tunnel to feed its larvae. Bacteria are busy turning dead matter into the nutrients that will become next season's bloom. Every second, billions of interactions unfold quietly beneath your feet. When we walk on soil, we're walking on history, on the same ground that once bore the weight of dinosaurs, mammoths, and early humans. The living web beneath the roots remembers it all, transforming their remains into nourishment for what comes next. In that sense, the soil isn't just alive, it's immortal. So, next time you plant a seed or touch the earth with your hands, remember, you're not reaching into dirt, you're shaking hands with eternity. The web beneath the roots is the original network, the one that built forests, fueled civilizations, and still sustains every breath we take. Respect it, nurture it, and it will return the favor 1,000-fold. Because every flower, every forest, every harvest begins not with sunlight, but with what lies below. The soil doesn't simply support life, it creates it. Look up. That endless blue above isn't just empty space. It's a vast, invisible highway buzzing with life. Wings slicing the wind, feathers flashing in sunlight, silhouettes gliding effortlessly between clouds. Welcome to the realm of the masters of the sky, where creatures have turned gravity from a prison into a playground. Long before humans dreamed of flight, the Earth's skies were already crowded. Pterosaurs once ruled with wingspans wider than buses. Then came the birds, descendants of small feathered dinosaurs that learned to leap, glide, and eventually soar. Evolution sculpted them for air dominance, hollow bones, streamlined bodies, lungs that extract oxygen with almost supernatural efficiency. The air became their ocean, the thermals their tides, and the wind their compass. There are nearly 10,000 species of birds known today, and each is a miracle of design. The hummingbird, heart hammering at 1,200 beats per minute, hovers in place like a living helicopter, flying backward and sideways with ease. The albatross spends months at sea without landing, gliding thousands of miles with wings so perfectly shaped they barely move. The peregrine falcon, the fastest creature alive, dives through the air at over 240 miles per hour. Faster than a Formula One car, faster than any sound you could scream. But flight isn't just speed, it's art. Watch the murmuration of starlings twisting in twilight, thousands of birds moving in a liquid ballet, their every motion synchronized without a leader. Scientists still don't fully understand how they do it. Each bird follows simple rules. Match your neighbor's speed, stay close, avoid collisions, and yet the collective movement becomes symphony, a storm of wings, a choreography of instinct and intelligence. In the tropics, flight paints color into the sky. Macaws blaze through jungles in rainbows of scarlet and sapphire. Kingfishers dive like jeweled bullets into rivers. Bees-eaters, hornbills and toucans all wear evolution's brightest imagination, as if the sun itself wanted to show off through feathers. Each hue has purpose, attraction, camouflage or warning. Even color is survival in disguise. But the story of flight isn't only about beauty, it's about engineering perfection. A bird's feather is a masterpiece of physics, light enough to float, strong enough to lift, flexible enough to bend without breaking. Layers of microscopic barbs interlock like zippers, allowing air to flow smoothly while keeping the structure airtight. Every wing beat is a lesson in efficiency, every glide a defiance of gravity's rules. Human engineers have spent centuries trying to copy what nature mastered eons ago, and still the birds remain better pilots. Consider the swift, small, unassuming, yet unmatched in endurance. It can stay airborne for nearly a year without landing once, sleeping while gliding, drinking from raindrops mid-flight. When scientists tracked them with radar, they realized some individuals had logged more than 500,000 miles in their lifetime, enough to circle the planet 20 times. For them, the sky isn't a destination. It's home. And then there's the Arctic tern, a bird barely bigger than your hand, that migrates from the Arctic to the Antarctic and back again every single year, a round trip of about 40,000 miles. It chases summer across hemispheres, living in endless daylight, an eternal traveler on solar wings. In its lifetime, it may fly the equivalent of 3 round trips to the moon and back. That's not just instinct, that's devotion to motion. Flight also transformed perception. A bird's eyes are biological telescopes. Eagles can spot a rabbit from 2 miles away. Owls can detect movement in near total darkness. Pigeons see ultraviolet light, revealing patterns on leaves and feathers invisible to us. The sky, to them, is not blue, but a map of shifting colors, directions, and magnetic fields. Some species even navigate using the Earth's magnetic field, reading invisible currents like we read street signs. Their brains hold compasses humans can't replicate, living GPS units guided by quantum reactions inside their cells. Above forests and oceans, birds stitch the world together. They pollinate flowers, spread seeds, and keep insect populations in check. The hornbill disperses tropical fruit seeds across miles of jungle. Seabirds carry nutrients from the ocean back to islands, fertilizing ecosystems with every drop of guano. The skies aren't just a stage for grace, they're highways of survival, threads connecting biomes across continents. And while the air belongs to the birds by birthright, humans have always been their envious students. The Wright brothers studied pigeons and gulls before building their first airplane. Modern jets mimic the curve of a bird's wing, its lift, its drag, its flexibility. Drones copy the hover of hawks and kestrels. Even spaceflight, that grand escape from Earth's pull, owes its dream to watching wings rise effortlessly into dawn. But behind all that freedom lies a warning. The sky, once limitless, is shrinking. Cities replace forests. Light pollution confuses nocturnal navigators. Wind turbines, power lines, and glass towers kill millions of migrating birds each year. Climate change shifts weather patterns, scattering food sources and altering routes that have existed for millennia. The same human curiosity that admired the sky has begun to fracture it. Yet, resilience defines these creatures. In cities, peregrine falcons nest on skyscrapers, hunting pigeons in urban canyons. Swifts breed in the cracks of bridges. Sparrows, once symbols of rural life, now flutter in train stations and rooftop gardens. Life finds space, even in concrete clouds. The air still hums with beating wings. The chorus is quieter, but not silent. To watch a bird fly is to witness evolution's poetry. Millions of years of adaptation distilled into one effortless motion. The flapping, the gliding, the soaring, each wingbeat tells the story of survival and grace intertwined. And if you stand still long enough, you'll realize something profound. Every feathered shape against the sky is a reminder that the world refuses to stay grounded. So the next time you hear the call of a crow, the whistle of a swift, or the distant cry of an eagle, know this: you're listening to the oldest form of freedom on Earth. Before words, before wheels, before fire, there was the sound of wings cutting through morning light. The architects of air built their kingdom in the unseen, mastering an element we can never truly claim. And though we've learned to imitate them with machines of steel and code, no invention will ever match the living miracle of a creature that turns thin air into motion and sky into home. The sky doesn't belong to anyone. It belongs to everything that dares to rise. Close your eyes for a moment. Imagine the early morning sky, the first rays of sunlight spilling over the horizon, mist rising from rivers, and the air trembling with the flutter of wings. It's a sound older than language, a rhythm older than time itself. The air is alive, pulsing with the symphony of flight. the daily orchestra of life taking to the sky. Every morning, billions of birds rise from forests, wetlands, and coastlines in synchronized motion. Their takeoffs are not random chaos, but choreography. In tropical jungles, parrots call to each other in bursts of color and sound, their cries echoing through the canopy like laughter. Across open fields, larks spiral upward, singing as they climb. Above the oceans, flocks of gulls trace invisible currents, balancing between sea spray and sunlight. Together, they create an atmosphere of motion that never truly stops, a living current circling the globe. Flight is more than movement, it's survival in motion. For some, it's escape. For others, migration, a journey written into their DNA. Every year, millions of birds migrate thousands of miles, guided not by maps or stars we can see, but by an internal compass more precise than any satellite. They follow ancient routes across continents, over deserts, mountains, and oceans, retracing paths carved by their ancestors long before the first human walked upright. Take the bar-tailed godwit, a bird barely larger than a crow, yet capable of flying over 11,000 kilometers non-stop from Alaska to New Zealand, 8 days in the air without rest, food, or water. Scientists tracking them found that these birds navigate by wind patterns, magnetic fields, and celestial cues. Their hearts slow, their metabolism shifts, and their muscles burn energy so efficiently that they become living jet engines. For them, migration is not a choice, it's destiny, and they are not alone. The swallow, the sandpiper, the crane, the goose, and the tern all embark on epic odysseys across the planet. Their wings carry not only their bodies, but the continuity of life itself. When they arrive in distant lands, they fertilize new soils, spread seeds, and form the heartbeat of entire ecosystems. Migration is nature's bridge, linking continents, climates, and species into one continuous breathing world. But the sky isn't just a stage for endurance. It's also a school of intelligence. Birds are some of the most remarkable thinkers in the animal kingdom. Crows and ravens craft tools, bending twigs to fish out insects. Parrots can solve puzzles faster than toddlers. Pigeons, once dismissed as city pests, can remember hundreds of faces and navigate home from across entire continents. Magpies recognize themselves in mirrors, understanding the concept of self, a trait once thought uniquely human. Flight, it seems, didn't just shape wings, it shaped minds. In the open sky, awareness is survival. A falcon missing a fraction of a second in reaction time goes hungry. A swallow reading wind currents incorrectly risks exhaustion and death. Evolution sculpted not only their bodies, but their intelligence, streamlined, instinctive, and astonishingly adaptable. And yet, even with all this brilliance, birds have never forgotten grace. Watch a crane's courtship dance, slow, deliberate, wings spread wide as it bows and leaps in rhythm. Or a male bird of paradise in New Guinea, arranging leaves to create a perfect dance floor before erupting in a display of color and movement so surreal it feels choreographed by the universe itself. These rituals aren't random. They're languages of love and lineage, proof that art exists even where survival reigns supreme. Every species has its rhythm in the aerial orchestra. The owl, silent and patient, is the drummer of the night, beating time with its wings through darkness. The eagle, majestic and solitary, is the brass section, bold, piercing, echoing through mountains. The songbirds, warblers, robins, thrushes, are the violins, delicate but essential, filling dawn with melody. Together, they perform a symphony that never repeats the same way twice. Even in the world's harshest places, wings find a way to rise. Penguins, though flightless, transformed the concept of flight into swimming. Their wings became flippers, propelling them through icy water faster than most fish. In deserts, vultures soar for hours without flapping, reading the thermals like sheet music written by the sun. In dense forests, hummingbirds hover between petals, suspended mid-air by furious motion. Every species has adapted to claim a piece of the sky in its own way. But as with every beautiful thing, the sky's harmony trembles under human interference. The modern world disrupts migratory paths with glass skyscrapers, light pollution, and shrinking habitats. Millions of birds die each year, colliding with buildings that mirror the sky they've known for millennia. Climate change shifts breeding grounds, and extreme weather turns once safe routes into death traps. The symphony is playing out of tune, but not yet silent. Because hope, like flight, is persistent, conservationists are building bird corridors across continents, restoring wetlands and protecting nesting sites. Technology now tracks migration in real time, allowing scientists to safeguard routes before it's too late. Cities are dimming their lights during migration seasons, and architects design bird-safe glass that reflects differently under sunlight. Humanity, once the greatest threat, may yet become part of the solution, if we remember to look up. For when you do, you're reminded that the sky is not empty. It's alive with stories, each written on wings. The robin outside your window may have come from a forest hundreds of miles away. The swallow skimming the fields may soon be bound for another hemisphere. Every chirp, every flutter, every shape against the clouds is a testament to resilience, the art of surviving through motion. Flight is freedom, but also faith. Faith that the air will hold you, that instinct will guide you, that no matter how far you travel, you will find your way home. That's what the sky teaches us. Trust the invisible, follow the currents, and rise anyway. So when the dawn comes tomorrow and you hear that first song from the trees, don't just listen, understand. That single melody connects you to every creature that's ever looked up and dared to defy gravity. Because the symphony of flight isn't just for birds. It's for anyone who has ever dreamed of more than the ground beneath their feet. Take a deep breath. Hold it for a moment. Feel the air filling your lungs, the weightless stillness that follows. Now imagine doing that not for seconds, but for hours. Imagine plunging beneath crushing waves, down into a place where sunlight dissolves into liquid shadow, where gravity softens, and sound becomes a whisper through endless water. This is the kingdom of blue depths, a realm older than the continents, home to the largest and the smallest beings that ever lived. The ocean is Earth's final frontier, vast, untamed, and mostly unknown. More than 70% of our planet is water, yet we've explored less than 5% of its depths. Every dive is a descent into mystery, every wave a veil over civilizations of creatures that would seem mythical if we hadn't filmed them. It's here that life began, billions of years ago, when single-celled organisms learned to turn sunlight into energy. Everything, every tree, insect, bird, and human, is descended from that first pulse in the ocean's womb. Let's start with the titans. The blue whale, largest animal to ever exist, can reach over 100 feet in length and weigh as much as 200 tons, heavier than a Boeing 757. Its heart alone is the size of a small car, beating with a slow, majestic rhythm that can be heard miles away underwater. When it exhales through its blowhole, it releases a plume taller than a house. Despite its size, the blue whale feeds on some of the tiniest creatures on Earth, krill, shrimp-like crustaceans no longer than your little finger. Each day, a single whale can consume up to 4 tons of them. It's poetic, the largest life form sustained by the smallest. The ocean thrives on such paradoxes. Near the surface, sunlit waters teem with life. Schools of fish shimmer like moving mirrors, reflecting light into waves of silver. Dolphins leap and spiral for reasons beyond science. Perhaps joy, perhaps communication, perhaps something deeper. Their intelligence rivals our own, their language complex enough to identify individuals by unique whistles. They navigate through echolocation, creating mental maps of the sea around them, seeing with sound. In their world, every echo is a picture, every wave a sentence. Below them glide the giants of the deep, sperm whales, masters of the abyss. They can dive over a mile beneath the surface, holding their breath for up to 2 hours. In that darkness, they hunt the elusive colossal squid, a creature with eyes the size of dinner plates and tentacles lined with hooks. Few humans have ever seen such a battle, but scars on whale skin tell stories of encounters between monsters, living echoes of ancient myths. Yet, for all its grandeur, the ocean also belongs to the microscopic. Plankton, the drifting drifters, form the foundation of marine life. These tiny organisms, invisible to the naked eye, produce over half the oxygen we breathe. Each wave that crashes on the shore is a gift from them. Some plankton glow with bioluminescence, turning dark seas into galaxies of light. Sailors once called it the Sea of Stars, unaware they were witnessing billions of living lanterns shimmering with each ripple. In the coral reefs, the ocean shows off its most extravagant colors. Imagine an underwater city built of calcium and thyme, rising from the sea floor like a palace of living stone. Corals, colonies of tiny polyps, form these structures, each generation building upon the skeletons of the last. Within their walls dwell more species per square meter than in any other ecosystem on Earth. Clownfish, seahorses, moray eels, sea turtles, and a rainbow of reef fish all weave through the coral corridors, each with its role in the ocean's balance. But coral reefs are fragile kingdoms. When water warms even slightly, the corals expel the algae that give them color and nutrients, a process known as coral bleaching. What remains is a ghostly white landscape, silent and dying. Yet even then, life resists. Conservation divers now replant coral fragments, nurturing new growth in nurseries beneath the waves. In some areas, reefs are reviving, slow, delicate proof that healing is possible when humans remember they are part of the ocean, not apart from it. Descend deeper, and the sunlight fades into twilight. This zone, called the mesopelagic, is the realm of shadows and sparks. Here, creatures glow with their own light. Lanternfish, comb jellies, siphonophores stretching longer than blue whales. Bioluminescence isn't beauty for its own sake, it's survival. Some use it to lure prey, others to blind predators. Some even pulse in patterns like Morse code to signal to mates. Imagine a world where the night itself glows back at you. Far below, in the abyssal depths, pressure crushes to over 1,000 times what we feel at the surface. The temperature hovers near freezing. No sunlight ever reaches this eternal midnight. And yet, life thrives. Strange, translucent beings drift through black water, their bodies delicate as dreams. Giant isopods scuttle over the remains of fallen whales. Anglerfish, with grotesque beauty, lure prey with bioluminescent bait dangling from their heads. To us, it's nightmare. To them, it's normal. Evolution sculpted monsters into elegance. At hydrothermal vents, where scalding water gushes from cracks in the ocean floor, ecosystems exist entirely without sunlight. Tube worms, clams and crabs live off bacteria that convert heat and chemicals into energy, a process called chemosynthesis. It's life powered not by the sun, but by the Earth's molten heart. These vent communities remind us that biology's boundaries are illusions. Where there is energy, there is life. And perhaps that's the ocean's greatest secret: adaptability. From whale to plankton, everything is connected in a cycle older than continents. Nutrients sink, feed the deep, then rise again to nourish the surface. Even death serves purpose here. When a whale dies, its body falls to the seafloor, becoming a whale fall, an oasis of life for decades. Worms, crabs, snails, and microbes feast, turning what once soared into new beginnings. Nothing is wasted beneath the waves. But the ocean's harmony is threatened. Overfishing empties waters faster than they can recover. Plastic chokes the bellies of seabirds and turtles. Carbon emissions acidify the seas, dissolving the shells of creatures that build the base of the food chain. The giants and the mini-monsters suffer together, yet hope still swims. Marine reserves are expanding. Species once thought gone, like the coelacanth, a 400-million-year-old fish, resurface, proving life's refusal to vanish quietly. The ocean doesn't just host life, it is life. Every raindrop, every breath, every cloud begins here. The waves don't separate us, they connect us. So when you stand on the shore and stare at that endless horizon, remember, you're looking not at emptiness, but at eternity moving. The blue depths hold the story of where we came from, and perhaps where we're still meant to return. If the ocean's surface is the skin of the planet, the abyss is its beating heart. A vast cathedral of darkness where sunlight dies but life refuses to surrender. Few places on Earth feel as alien as the deep sea, yet it is home to creatures of imagination and resilience, beings so strange they challenge our very definition of life. This is the abyss of wonders, where monsters glow, giants drift, and beauty takes forms never seen on land. Picture it, an endless black expanse where pressure could crush a submarine like paper, where the temperature hovers just above freezing, and where silence reigns. Yet in this forbidding emptiness, life thrives in brilliant defiance. The deeper you descend, the more surreal it becomes. Light becomes rare, color fades, and then suddenly, illumination returns, not from the sun, but from within the creatures themselves. The deep sea is a universe of bioluminescence, a galaxy beneath our feet. The anglerfish reigns here, its lantern glowing from a fleshy lure to draw in unsuspecting prey. Its mouth gapes wide, lined with translucent fangs that curve inward like glass daggers. Each one is a trap. Once you're in, there's no way out. Stranger still, the males are tiny compared to females, fusing themselves to their mates like living parasites, becoming permanent donors of sperm. It's grotesque, it's efficient, it's evolution's dark poetry. Nearby, giant squids glide like shadows, their tentacles trailing longer than city buses. For centuries, sailors spoke of sea monsters dragging ships beneath the waves. They were not entirely wrong. These squids do battle with sperm whales, their tentacles leaving scars on the whales' heads. Proof of duels that happen in unseen depths. The legends of the kraken may be born from such encounters, ancient memories of real beasts that haunt our subconscious still. And then there are the siphonophores, colonial organisms made up of hundreds, sometimes thousands, of individual animals working as one. Some stretch longer than blue whales, each segment specialized. One for movement, one for feeding, another for reproduction. They are living tapestries of cooperation, proof that individuality is optional when survival requires unity. Every few miles deeper, the cast changes. Viperfish with needle-like teeth, Dumbo octopuses flapping their ear-like fins, gulper eels whose jaws unhinge to swallow prey larger than themselves. Even here, life experiments endlessly. What looks monstrous to us is mastery to them. The dark doesn't breed fear, it breeds innovation. But life in the deep isn't just about survival, it's about transformation. At the ocean floor, near cracks in the Earth's crust, hydrothermal vents spew superheated water laced with minerals. Around these vents, entire ecosystems bloom in complete darkness. Tube worms over 6 feet long, white crabs, and giant clams thrive here, feeding not on sunlight, but on bacteria that convert chemicals into energy, a process called chemosynthesis. It's a reminder that life doesn't just adapt, it invents. Even without light, it finds a way to glow. Farther still, in the Hadal zone, trenches that plunge 7 miles deep, life grows scarce but stubborn. The Mariana snailfish, ghostly and translucent, flutters above the seafloor at pressures over 1,000 times what we feel on land. Scientists once thought such depths were sterile, but each expedition reveals new species, shrimp-like amphipods, luminous jellyfish, even microscopic worms living in sediments colder than ice. Every discovery whispers the same truth. The ocean is alive in ways we've barely begun to imagine, and in this darkness, time behaves differently. Creatures here live slow, measured lives. Some deep-sea corals are over 4,000 years old, older than the pyramids. Greenland sharks may swim for 5 centuries before reaching maturity. The deep moves at the pace of eternity. The surface world burns with change, but the abyss remains steady, an ancient pulse beneath chaos. Yet, even the abyss isn't safe from us. Plastic waste sinks from the surface like snow, collecting in trenches once thought untouched. Deep-sea mining threatens to strip the ocean floor for metals, destroying habitats we barely understand. Noise from ships and sonar disorients whales and dolphins, shattering the silence they've navigated by for millennia. We have touched the untouchable, and not always with care. Still, hope glimmers even here. Scientists, explorers, and divers are returning to the deep not as conquerors, but as students. Submersibles with robotic arms and high-definition cameras now descend miles below, capturing sites that once belonged only to imagination. Biologists discover enzymes invent bacteria that may cure diseases and genetic sequences that could revolutionize medicine. The ocean, patient as always, continues to give, if we remember to listen. It's humbling, really. For all our satellites and telescopes aimed at the stars, the greatest mystery lies beneath us, not above. Every glowing jellyfish, every drifting squid, every hidden creature is a chapter in a story we're only beginning to read. And perhaps the reason the ocean fascinates us so deeply is because in its darkness we see reflection, the persistence, the beauty, the hunger for light that lives in all of us. When you stand by the shore and look out over the waves, you're gazing at infinity. Every tide carries the whispers of ancient whales, the shimmer of plankton galaxies, the pulse of a world that has never stopped breathing. The ocean doesn't end at the horizon. It continues downward, forever downward, into mystery. In the abyss of wonders, there are no borders, no nations, no noise, only silence, patience, and life that endures. And maybe, just maybe, that's what makes it sacred. So close your eyes, imagine that deep, endless blue. The weight of the world above you, the cold, the dark, and the soft glow of something alive drifting by. That light, small as it seems, is proof that even in the deepest dark, life still finds a way to shine. Section 2. the abyss of wonders. If the ocean's surface is the skin of the planet, the abyss is its beating heart, a vast cathedral of darkness where sunlight dies, but life refuses to surrender. Few places on Earth feel as alien as the deep sea, yet it is home to creatures of imagination and resilience, beings so strange they challenge our very definition of life. This is the abyss of wonders, where monsters glow, giants drift, and beauty takes forms never seen on land. Picture it, an endless black expanse where pressure could crush a submarine like paper, where the temperature hovers just above freezing, and where silence reigns. Yet in this forbidding emptiness, life thrives in brilliant defiance. The deeper you descend, the more surreal it becomes. Light becomes rare, color fades, and then suddenly illumination returns, not from the sun, but from within the creatures themselves. The deep sea is a universe of bioluminescence, a galaxy beneath our feet. The anglerfish reigns here, its lantern glowing from a fleshy lure to draw in unsuspecting prey. Its mouth gapes wide, lined with translucent fangs that curve inward like glass daggers. Each one is a trap. Once you're in, there's no way out. Stranger still, the males are tiny compared to females, fusing themselves to their mates like living parasites, becoming permanent donors of sperm. It's grotesque, it's efficient, it's evolution's dark poetry. Nearby, giant squids glide like shadows, their tentacles trailing longer than city buses. For centuries, sailors spoke of sea monsters dragging ships beneath the waves. They were not entirely wrong. These squids do battle with sperm whales, their tentacles leaving scars on the whales' heads, proof of duels that happen in unseen depths. The legends of the kraken may be born from such encounters, ancient memories of real beasts that haunt our subconscious still. And then there are the siphonophores, colonial organisms made up of hundreds, sometimes thousands, of individual animals working as one. Some stretch longer than blue whales, each segment specialized, one for movement, one for feeding, another for reproduction. They are living tapestries of cooperation, proof that individuality is optional when survival requires unity. Every few miles deeper, the cast changes. Viperfish with needle-like teeth, Dumbo octopuses flapping their ear-like fins, gulper eels whose jaws unhinge to swallow prey larger than themselves. Even here, life experiments endlessly. What looks monstrous to us is mastery to them. The dark doesn't breed fear, it breeds innovation. But life in the deep isn't just about survival, it's about transformation. At the ocean floor, near cracks in the Earth's crust, hydrothermal vents spew superheated water laced with minerals. Around these vents, entire ecosystems bloom in complete darkness. Tube worms over 6 feet long, white crabs, and giant clams thrive here, feeding not on sunlight, but on bacteria that convert chemicals into energy, a process called chemosynthesis. It's a reminder that life doesn't just adapt, it invents. Even without light, it finds a way to glow. Farther still, in the Hadal zone, trenches that plunge 7 miles deep, life grows scarce but stubborn. The Mariana snailfish, ghostly and translucent, flutters above the seafloor at pressures over 1,000 times what we feel on land. Scientists once thought such depths were sterile, but each expedition reveals new species, shrimp-like amphipods, luminous jellyfish, even microscopic worms living in sediments colder than ice. Every discovery whispers the same truth. The ocean is alive in ways we've barely begun to imagine. And in this darkness, time behaves differently. Creatures here live slow, measured lives. Some deep-sea corals are over 4,000 years old, older than the pyramids. Greenland sharks may swim for 5 centuries before reaching maturity. The deep moves at the pace of eternity. The surface world burns with change, but the abyss remains steady, an ancient pulse beneath chaos. Yet even the abyss isn't safe from us. Plastic waste sinks from the surface like snow, collecting in trenches once thought untouched. Deep-sea mining threatens to strip the ocean floor for metals, destroying habitats we barely understand. Noise from ships and sonar disorients whales and dolphins, shattering the silence they've navigated by for millennia. We have touched the untouchable, and not always with care. Still, hope glimmers even here. Scientists, explorers and divers are returning to the deep not as conquerors, but as students. Submersibles with robotic arms and high-definition cameras now descend miles below, capturing sites that once belonged only to imagination. Biologists discover enzymes in vent bacteria that may cure diseases and genetic sequences that could revolutionize medicine. The ocean, patient as always, continues to give if we remember to listen. It's humbling, really. For all our satellites and telescopes aimed at the stars, the greatest mystery lies beneath us, not above. Every glowing jellyfish, every drifting squid, every hidden creature is a chapter in a story we're only beginning to read. And perhaps the reason the ocean fascinates us so deeply is because, in its darkness, we see reflection, the persistence, the beauty, the hunger for light that lives in all of us. When you stand by the shore and look out over the waves, you're gazing at infinity. Every tide carries the whispers of ancient whales, the shimmer of plankton galaxies, the pulse of a world that has never stopped breathing. The ocean doesn't end at the horizon. It continues downward, forever downward, into mystery. In the abyss of wonders, there are no borders, no nations, no noise, only silence, patience, and life that endures. And maybe, just maybe, that's what makes it sacred. So close your eyes. Imagine that deep, endless blue, the weight of the world above you, the cold, the dark, and the soft glow of something alive drifting by. That light, small as it seems, is proof that even in the deepest dark, life still finds a way to shine. Step into the jungle and you step into sound. It isn't silence that defines this world, but music, a constant heartbeat of wings, chirps, rain, and rustling leaves. The air itself feels alive, thick with mist and oxygen, vibrating with millions of unseen voices. Here, under emerald canopies older than history, everything moves, breathes, and competes in perfect rhythm. This is the symphony of green, where life performs its grandest concert. From above, the rainforest looks endless, a rolling ocean of treetops broken only by rivers of silver. But beneath that leafy roof lies another universe entirely. Shafts of sunlight pierce through clouds of insects, illuminating a chaos of roots, vines, and dripping moss. The ground squelches with decay, a soft carpet of leaves that have lived and died 1,000 times over. Every inch of soil here hums with energy. In 1 square mile of Amazon forest, scientists have counted more than 3,000 species of plants, 400 birds, and tens of thousands of insects. It's nature's version of infinity. No pattern repeating, no silence unbroken. Listen closely. A howler monkey calls from the canopy, its roar echoing for miles. Tiny tree frogs answer from below, their chirps like digital beeps in a green cathedral. Somewhere, a sloth moves an inch, slower than thought, while a jaguar glides soundlessly through the underbrush. In the rainforest, every sound tells a story. Every silence hides a predator. It's not chaos, it's coordination, a system so complex it might as well think. The rainforest's true engineers, though, are the trees. Giants like the kapok and sabre, rising over 200 feet tall, hold entire ecosystems in their branches. Orchids bloom in the crooks of limbs, bromeliads collect rainwater that becomes homes for tadpoles and insects, and vines snake upward toward the light in an endless climb. Each trunk is a skyscraper of species. The forest doesn't grow upward, it stacks life vertically, from the roots that drink from decomposing matter to the canopy that drinks sunlight itself. And yet, for all its size, the rainforest survives on cooperation. The roots of trees connect through fungal networks, sharing nutrients across species lines. When one tree falls, others absorb its remnants. Nothing goes to waste. Even death becomes part of the melody. Leafcutter ants march in military precision, harvesting greenery to feed underground fungus farms. Termites build towers taller than a human, ventilating them with perfect temperature control. Butterflies drink tears from turtles, birds clean the backs of tapirs, and bats pollinate night-blooming flowers. In the jungle, every relationship is symbiotic. Even competition ends in contribution. But beauty in the rainforest always walks with danger. Bright colors warn of venom. A poison dart frog, smaller than a thumb, carries enough toxin to stop a human heart. A fer-de-lance viper lies coiled beneath fallen leaves, its camouflage flawless. Even plants arm themselves. Spines, acids, hallucinogens, and strangling vines all serve one purpose: survival. Evolution here doesn't rest. It experiments daily. Rainforests are also laboratories of the planet's climate. They produce nearly 20% of Earth's oxygen, store massive amounts of carbon, and influence rainfall patterns across continents. The Amazon, the Congo, and the jungles of Southeast Asia act as the planet's lungs, exhaling moisture that becomes rivers in the sky. Cut them down, and the world coughs. But protect them, and the balance holds. Humanity's relationship with the jungle has always been complicated, reverent, and reckless. Indigenous peoples learned to live within it, reading its sounds like language, taking only what it could replace. Modern civilization, hungry for resources, often forgot that rule. Logging, mining, and agriculture have erased millions of acres in decades. Species vanish before we even give them names. The silence spreading across deforested land is not peaceful. It's grief. Yet the rainforest refuses extinction. Seeds wait for years beneath ash until the right conditions return. Rivers reclaim scarred soil. Birds carry the future on their wings. Reforestation efforts and indigenous stewardship are bringing parts of the Amazon and Borneo back to life. The jungle doesn't need saving, it needs time, respect, and space to heal. Stand still inside it, and you'll feel something ancient stirring. The pulse of a planet before roads and noise, the heartbeat of pure life. The air smells of rain and fruit, the humidity clings like skin, and somewhere far off, thunder rolls as if the sky itself is joining the orchestra. Every drop that falls feeds a root. Every root feeds a leaf. Every leaf breathes for you. That's the contract of existence written in chlorophyll. You inhale what the forest exhales. It keeps you alive, whether you notice or not. The symphony of green plays endlessly, insects drumming, frogs chirping, birds calling in impossible keys. It's a music of creation, destruction, and renewal. And if you listen long enough, you realize it isn't just the sound of the jungle. It's the sound of life itself. The jungle never sleeps. Even when night falls and the light fades from the canopy, the rainforest hums with a pulse older than civilization. The air cools, the mist thickens, and from every shadow comes a new rhythm, a chorus of croaks, clicks, roars, and rustles that merge into the heartbeat of the earth itself. This is the pulse of the wild. a world where darkness doesn't silence life, but ignites it. Under the pale gleam of moonlight filtered through leaves, fireflies drift like floating embers. Frogs the size of fingernails cling to vines, flashing their throats as if pulsing in time with the stars. High above, nocturnal hunters wake. Owls glide between branches, their wings silent as smoke, while bats burst from hollow trees in clouds, weaving through the air like living shadows. Each night is a cycle of survival rehearsed for millions of years, a slow dance between predator and prey, hunger and endurance. In the Amazon, jaguars become ghosts. Their golden eyes pierce the dark, their paws make no sound as they stalk through wet leaves. They are apex poets of stealth, their rosetted coats blending perfectly into moonlit foliage. When they strike, it's with elegance, a single bite to the skull, swift and decisive. In the same jungle, anacondas slip silently through black water, their bodies thick as tree trunks. They wait motionless for hours, then erupt in a surge of power, coiling around their prey in a silent embrace that ends only when the forest itself exhales. But the rainforest isn't defined by its predators. It's defined by its persistence. Each species here has mastered the art of adaptation. Leaf-tailed geckos vanish against bark so perfectly they might as well be shadows. Glass frogs wear transparency like armor, their organs visible through their skin, invisible to those who hunt by sight. Bullet ants, armed with one of the most painful stings on Earth, patrol tree trunks like soldiers. To survive here is to evolve daily, to adapt faster than decay. Every creature in the rainforest plays a note in its ecosystem's rhythm. The army ants, though small, shape entire landscapes. When they march, everything moves out of their way. Insects flee, spiders abandon webs, even snakes slither aside. In their wake come antbirds, specialized followers that feed on insects escaping the swarm. This partnership is pure choreography, a natural alliance honed by necessity. Nothing in the jungle truly lives alone. By day, sunlight cuts through gaps in the canopy like liquid gold, turning the forest into a cathedral of green glass. But at night, bioluminescent fungi glow faintly on fallen logs, lighting the paths for the tiniest wanderers. This is not superstition, it's strategy. The light attracts insects that help spread spores, carrying new life to distant corners of the forest. Even decay glows here, beauty born from rot. Deep within this green labyrinth, rivers curl like veins, carrying nutrients and memory from the mountains to the sea. These waterways are the rainforest's bloodstream, home to creatures as ancient as myths. The piranha, often misunderstood, isn't just a killer, it's a recycler. Its frenzies clean the rivers of decay, keeping them alive. The Amazonian manatee drifts like a gentle dream through flooded forests, grazing on vegetation that grows in places where trees stand half submerged. And somewhere beneath the black water lurks the electric eel, generating jolts powerful enough to stun predators. A reminder that in the jungle, even silence can strike. But beneath the spectacle lies fragility. The forest breathes in balance, and when that balance breaks, everything trembles. When trees fall en masse, the rain changes. When rivers choke on sediment, the fish vanish. Deforestation doesn't just wound a landscape, it alters weather systems, reshaping clouds, shifting seasons. The rainforest's heartbeat slows, and the world feels it. Yet the jungle endures. Seeds that fall onto barren soil lie dormant for decades, waiting for the right humidity, the right sliver of light. When the rains return, the forest rebuilds itself in silence. Kapok trees rise again, strangler figs wrap around ruins, and vines reclaim forgotten paths. Even abandoned cities vanish under moss and roots, swallowed whole by nature's patience. Time in the rainforest isn't measured in hours or years, it's measured in regrowth. For the people who still live within its boundaries, the jungle isn't wilderness, it's home. Indigenous tribes read its patterns like language. A shift in bird calls means rain. A new scent on the wind means jaguars are near. Their songs echo through the trees not as intrusion, but as harmony. To them, every plant, every animal carries a spirit, and every act of taking, a hunt, a harvest, a cut of bark, must be repaid. It's a wisdom older than writing, a contract written in respect. Scientists, too, are rediscovering that reverence. Within these forests lie cures and compounds that modern medicine barely understands, from the venom of frogs to the alkaloids in vines. The quinine tree gave humanity its first weapon against malaria. The rosy periwinkle, native to Madagascar's rainforests, holds chemicals that fight leukemia. Each fallen leaf could hide the next great discovery, or the last of its kind, if it disappears before we find it. As dawn approaches, the jungle shifts again. The night creatures fade into shadow, the diurnal awaken. A slow mist creeps through the undergrowth, carrying the scent of wet soil and orchids. The first beams of sunlight scatter through the trees, igniting droplets into diamonds. Monkeys chatter awake, parrots scream their joy into the morning. The pulse of the wild quickens, not loud, but alive, 1,000 hearts beating as one. Stand there long enough and you'll feel it too. The vibration under your feet, the breath of humidity against your skin, the slow rhythm in your chest sinking to the forests. This is not a separate world, it's the origin of ours. The jungle doesn't just surround life, it generates it, sustains it, and eventually reclaims it. The rainforest whispers a truth most of the world has forgotten. Survival is not about dominance, but balance. Every roar, every rustle, every drop of rain is part of a living song, the pulse of a planet that still believes in growth. And if you listen long enough, really listen, you'll hear that pulse in yourself. Breathe in, and the air bites back. The cold here isn't just temperature, it's presence. It creeps into bone, stills sound, slows heartbeat. Yet even at the very edge of habitability, life endures. The polar realms, the Arctic at the top of the world and Antarctica at the bottom, are not deserts of death, but kingdoms of ice and shadow, where survival is an art sculpted by wind and time. The horizon blurs between sky and snow, a seamless canvas of white and pale blue. The sun, low and weary, drifts in slow circles, never quite setting during the endless summer, never fully rising through the long polar night. Out here, shadows stretch for miles, and silence is so complete it hums. But beneath that quiet, the world moves. The ice shifts and cracks like distant thunder. Glaciers crawl inch by inch toward the sea. Each groan of ice is a reminder that the planet breathes even here, under miles of frozen armor. Across the Arctic tundra, caribou move in great herds, hooves crunching over frost as they migrate thousands of miles in search of lichen. Overhead, snowy owls patrol the emptiness, eyes of molten gold scanning for movement beneath the white. On the pack ice, polar bears roam alone, solitary monarchs adapted to hunt seals through breathing holes in the ice. Their fur isn't white at all, but transparent, scattering light so perfectly that it appears luminous. Beneath that fur, black skin absorbs what little heat the sun offers. Each step they take leaves a print that may fill within minutes, erased by wind, but their presence shapes the ecosystem as powerfully as any storm. Beneath the frozen surface, another world thrives. The Arctic Ocean, dark and frigid, swirls with phytoplankton blooms in the brief summer sunlight. Those microscopic plants feed krill and fish, which feed seals, walruses, whales, and the bears above. It's a food chain as delicate as it is vast, one that depends entirely on the rhythm of ice. Too much, and life starves. Too little, and it drowns in change. Even more alien is the Antarctic, a continent twice the size of Australia, buried under ice more than a mile thick. No trees, no soil, no human cities, just frozen desert stretching to infinity. And yet the coastlines explode with life. Emperor penguins huddling against blizzards, leopard seals slicing through blue water, humpback whales breaching through fields of icebergs like titans of some ancient legend. When the Antarctic summer arrives, the sun never sleeps. The horizon glows gold at midnight, and the ice turns translucent as glass. Out here, everything depends on endurance. Temperatures plunge below -60 degrees Celsius. Winds scream faster than hurricanes. Still, the penguins guard their eggs, the seals raise their pups, and the krill bloom again beneath the returning light. Life here doesn't just survive the cold, it's shaped by it, defined by it. When darkness returns to the poles, it comes completely. For months, the sun disappears beyond the horizon, leaving the world lit only by stars and the eerie shimmer of the aurora, curtains of green and violet light dancing across the black sky. The northern and southern lights are more than spectacle. They're electricity made visible, cosmic wind colliding with Earth's magnetic field. Every ripple is a reminder that even the coldest corners of our planet still hum with energy. Beneath that sky, the animals adapt their rhythms to the darkness. Arctic foxes, their coats turned pure white for camouflage, stalk the tundra under starlight. They can hear prey moving under 2 feet of snow, pinpointing sound with astonishing accuracy before diving headfirst through the crust to strike. In Antarctica, Weddell seals carve breathing holes in the ice using their teeth, their calls reverberating through frozen tunnels like the songs of ghosts. Even in night eternal, the land speaks. And then there are the creatures of the microscopic empire, the extremophiles. In frozen lakes, sealed under ice for millennia, scientists have found bacteria still alive, metabolizing slowly, as if time itself pauses for them. Tiny invertebrates like tardigrades and rotifers withstand freezing solid, waiting decades for a drop of warmth to wake them. The same adaptations that keep them alive here might one day help us survive beyond Earth. The poles, in their silence, are laboratories of evolution. The people who live on the edge of this world, the Inuit, the Sami, the Chukchi, understand its balance better than any textbook ever could. To them, the ice is not emptiness, but map and memory. They read snow by its sound, navigate by stars invisible to outsiders, and honor the animals that feed them with ritual and gratitude. Their stories weave science and spirit together, describing the polar bear as a brother, the whale as a teacher, and the northern lights as the souls of ancestors dancing. But even the oldest wisdom can't halt the speed of modern change. The polar regions are melting faster than any other place on Earth. Glaciers that stood for centuries are collapsing into the sea. Sea ice vanishes earlier each year, starving polar bears and seals, erasing hunting grounds and traditions. Beneath the thawing permafrost, ancient methane escapes, warming the planet further. What happens at the poles doesn't stay at the poles. It ripples outward, raising seas, shifting weather, rewriting coastlines thousands of miles away. And yet, in the face of that loss, the poles still give. Expedition crews track penguins and whales with satellite tags to learn migration patterns. Scientists extract ice cores that hold tiny air bubbles from hundreds of thousands of years ago, revealing the story of Earth's past climates. Each layer of ice is a page in the planet's diary, written in frozen air. By reading it, we glimpse not only what we've done, but what we can still prevent. At the very edge of cold, life proves its resilience again and again. A single patch of lichen clings to a rock, feeding on sunlight that barely exists. Tiny algae bloom in ice crystals, staining glaciers red and green. When spring finally returns, it's not with warmth, but with light, endless, blinding, unstoppable. Snow melts into rivulets that feed the tundra, awakening moss, flowers and insects that must live their entire lives in a single feverish summer. If the jungle is the planet's heart, the poles are its lungs, expanding and contracting with each season, breathing frost and vapor into the global wind. The frozen kingdoms are not barren wastelands. They're proof of the planet's endurance, the last frontier of adaptation. Stand there, even for a moment, and you'll understand. The silence of the Arctic is not absence, but balance. The emptiness of Antarctica is not death, but rest. The ice, like time, seems still, but within it, everything moves. Beneath the white silence of the poles, fire waits. It sounds impossible, heat beneath endless cold, but that paradox is what makes Earth alive. Beneath glaciers and frozen seas, there are volcanoes, shifting plates, rivers of magma. Even at the edges of the world, the planet's heart still beats. This is the fire beneath the ice, a reminder that nothing, not even frost, can quiet creation. Far below Antarctica's frozen surface, volcanoes smolder quietly under miles of ice. They haven't erupted in recorded history, but their heat seeps upward, melting the base of glaciers and sending hidden rivers coursing toward the sea. Some scientists call this network the Ghost Ocean, a vast labyrinth of subglacial lakes and channels that connect under the ice like veins. The largest of these, Lake Vostok, lies buried beneath nearly 4 kilometers of solid ice and holds more than 5,000 cubic kilometers of water, sealed away for millions of years. When explorers first drilled into it, they found strange microbes never seen elsewhere on Earth. Life had endured in total darkness, isolated from the surface since before humans existed. That's the miracle of the frozen world. Even where sunlight fails, warmth lingers from within. In the Arctic, geothermal vents under the sea floor release mineral-rich heat, forming oases for life in a desert of cold. Around them, tube worms, crabs and ghostly whitefish flourish, feeding on chemosynthetic bacteria that turn chemical energy into life. These are the same forces that power the hydrothermal vents of the deep ocean, but here they glow under ceilings of ice. It's proof that the poles aren't dead ends of the biosphere, but beginnings. The heat that hides beneath the ice doesn't just nurture life, it shapes landscapes. Glaciers move because their undersides melt slightly under pressure, creating slick layers of water that allow them to slide toward the sea. When that melt accelerates, ice sheets collapse faster, calving into icebergs that drift northward like mountains adrift. Some carry within them ancient air bubbles, tiny prisons of prehistoric atmosphere that, when released, tell us what the Earth breathed long before our first fire. Others carry sediments and stones scraped from continents, redistributing minerals as they melt into the sea. Even destruction here carries purpose. In these extremes, you also find one of nature's quietest dramas: volcanic rebirth. When the Icelandic volcano Eyjafjallajökull erupted beneath a glacier in 2010, the mixture of fire and ice sent steam plumes miles high and disrupted global air travel for days. But below that chaos, new land was forming. Black basalt cooled by meltwater, creating fertile soil that would one day host moss and grass. The same has happened countless times throughout history. Ice retreats, fire rises, life returns. It's the rhythm of rebirth written in frost and flame. For scientists, these frozen volcanoes and subglacial worlds are time machines. Studying them is like peering into the early Earth or into the potential of other worlds. When we imagine life beneath the icy crust of Europa, Jupiter's moon, or Enceladus, a moon of Saturn, we imagine something very similar to Antarctica's buried lakes. Heat beneath ice, liquid water in darkness, microbes thriving where logic says none should. The poles are not just part of our planet's story, they are its prophecy. But fire beneath ice can also destroy. When heat builds faster than ice can melt, pressure triggers violent bursts known as Jökulhlaups, glacial floods that unleash billions of gallons of water in hours, scouring valleys and reshaping landscapes. In Greenland, these floods carve tunnels through ice sheets the size of cities. To witness one is to see the planet exhale, sudden and unstoppable. Nature reminds us that even here, at the edge of nothingness, it holds the power to start over at any moment. And above that trembling ground, life clings on. Penguins huddle tighter, seals raise pups on floes that may soon crack, and Arctic foxes hunt through melting snow for lemmings too fast for their hunger. In spring, when the ice begins to recede, bursts of colour explode across the tundra. Purple saxifrage, yellow poppies, bluebells, flowers that live entire lives in a few short weeks before the cold reclaims them. The contrast is stunning. Fire hidden below, bloom above, both racing against the same clock. As the ice melts more each year, ancient things awaken. Frozen mammoths, perfectly preserved for tens of thousands of years, emerge from thawing tundra. Buried forests rise again as roots and wood resurface from permafrost. Scientists even find viruses and bacteria long dormant, sparking both wonder and warning. Nature's archives thawing faster than we can read them. The fire beneath the ice, once gentle, now burns too quickly. Still, the frozen kingdoms endure through their rhythm of destruction and renewal. The poles are where Earth reveals its dual nature, fragile and fierce, cold and burning, silent and alive. Every shift in temperature, every spark of magma, every glacier that cracks is part of a planet still learning to balance itself. Stand at the edge of that world, where volcano meets snow, and you feel it, the hum under your feet, the deep vibration of tectonic life. The ice breathes, the fire listens. Together they keep Earth in motion. When the aurora dances above a volcanic horizon, it looks as if the heavens and the underworld are shaking hands, color and heat twined in the same sky. The cold glows, the dark sings, and for a fleeting moment, you understand what the planet has always known. Creation isn't comfortable, but it's eternal. Even in the coldest silence, the fire never dies. The desert looks lifeless at first glance, a kingdom of silence, wind and blinding sun. Yet step into it, and the illusion shatters. The sand moves, the air shimmers. Every grain whispers stories older than mountains. This is the realm of dunes and mirage, where time itself erodes into dust and still somehow gives birth to life. Stretching from the Sahara to the Gobi, from Arabia to Australia, deserts cover a third of our planet. They are not barren wastelands, but ecosystems shaped by extremes. The heat can sear to 50 degrees by day, then plunge below freezing at night. Rain may not fall for years, but when it comes, it turns wasteland into a garden overnight. Seeds buried for decades burst open, painting the dunes with fleeting blooms, desert lilies, ghost flowers, and sunbursts that live only days before fading back into memory. The desert never dies. It simply waits. Listen long enough, and you'll hear its language. The low moan of shifting dunes, the hiss of wind carving ripples into sand, the rhythmic crack of pebbles colliding in dust storms. Every sound tells a story of movement. The Sahara's dunes, called ergs, migrate like living giants, advancing a few meters each year, sculpted by invisible hands. The sand isn't still, it's restless, eternally reshaping its own face. And yet, life hides everywhere. Beneath the blistering surface, fennec foxes dig burrows to escape the sun, their oversized ears radiating heat like living fans. Camels, the ships of the desert, can travel for weeks without water, storing not liquid but energy in their humps of fat. Scorpions glow blue under moonlight, while horned vipers move in elegant sidewind tracks, leaving cursive signatures across the sand. Each adaptation here is a form of genius, born not from abundance but scarcity. As night falls, the desert transforms. The heat flees, replaced by cold clarity. Stars explode across the sky in numbers unseen anywhere else, their light reflected on dunes like silver fire. Nomads have navigated by these constellations for thousands of years, reading the heavens as their ancestors did. Every star a compass, every breeze a clue. The desert, they say, is both enemy and teacher. It strips you down to what truly matters: water, shade, endurance, and belief. For centuries, the Bedouins of Arabia and the Tuareg of the Sahara have followed invisible paths through this emptiness, guided by instinct and memory. To them, the desert is alive. Its winds have moods, its dunes tempers. They speak of spirits that dwell in dust storms, of whispers carried across the horizon. Science calls it acoustics, but anyone who has stood alone in the dunes knows the truth. The desert speaks and it listens. Hidden within these arid lands are the bones of ancient oceans. Fossilized shells lie buried beneath dunes, remnants of times when the Sahara was green and filled with rivers. The Namib Desert, one of the oldest on Earth, still breathes fog that rolls in from the Atlantic each morning, a ghost of the sea feeding life where rain never falls. Beetles climb dunes at dawn, tilting their bodies to collect droplets from the mist. In this world, even water is hunted like prey. But deserts are not only physical, they are metaphors made real. They test faith, endurance, and imagination. Many of humanity's great revelations were born here. Prophets found voices in solitude, monks built temples among cliffs, explorers lost themselves chasing horizons that moved as they walked. The emptiness becomes a mirror, reflecting whatever we bring into it. In the silence, you meet yourself. Yet the desert is changing. Global warming pushes dry zones wider, swallowing grasslands and forests. Desertification, the slow death of soil, creeps outward, displacing millions. Rivers dry, oases shrink, and what was once fertile becomes fragile. But even here, hope takes root. People plant green walls across continents, stretching trees across Africa's Sahel to stop the march of sand. Solar fields bloom where crops can't grow, turning sunlight into power, the desert giving back what it always had too much of. For the creatures that call this home, adaptation is prayer. Addax antelopes, pale as moonlight, can go a year without drinking. Jerboas bound across dunes on spring-like legs, leaping over scorching sand. Even the date palm, with roots plunging deep into dry earth, thrives by storing every drop it can find. Each is a lesson in endurance. Survival doesn't always mean fighting the environment. Sometimes it means bending with it. When dawn returns, it comes suddenly. The horizon ignites from violet to gold, shadows retreating across the dunes like tides. The air warms, and once again life retreats to shade. The cycle continues: heat, cold, stillness, wind, a heartbeat too slow for impatient eyes. But the desert remembers every footprint, every storm, every whisper. Stand on a dune and close your eyes. Feel the grains shifting beneath your feet, each one a fragment of mountains ground down by time. What you hear is not emptiness but history moving. The desert's silence isn't the absence of sound, it's the sound of eternity stretched thin. Out here nothing lasts, yet nothing truly ends. Wind will erase your tracks before nightfall, but the desert will remember your weight, your breath, your passing. That is its promise, to hold everything and keep nothing. And so it whispers, softly, endlessly, reminding us that even in the harshest places, life listens, waits, and begins again. At midday, the desert becomes a mirror. Heat bends light until the horizon shimmers and the earth seems to melt into sky. What you see isn't real, but it feels real enough to chase. An oasis that fades as you near it, a lake that turns to sand beneath your feet. These are mirages, illusions born from air so hot it bends truth itself. In the desert, even reality learns to waver. But not everything that glimmers is deceit. The same light that tricks the eye also sustains life. Every creature here has learned to make use of the sun, not fight it. Reptiles warm their blood in morning rays before vanishing into burrows. Beetles angle their shells to funnel dew toward their mouths. Desert plants, from the towering saguaro to the thorny acacia, open tiny pores only at night to drink in carbon dioxide, conserving every molecule of water as if it were treasure. Adaptation in the desert isn't optional, it's religion. When the heat is at its worst, movement pauses. The wind drops. The entire world holds its breath. The air itself seems to vibrate, a low hum of energy and silence intertwined. Then, far in the distance, comes the mirage again, a ripple of blue that looks like hope. To early travelers, this illusion was both torment and teacher. It reminded them that what saves you in the desert isn't faith in sight, but trust in memory. You keep walking not because you see water, but because you remember where it should be. And yet, life still manages to create beauty from brutality. In the Sahara's heart, after rare storms, seeds awaken that haven't felt moisture for half a century. Within days, the sand bursts into color. Fields of lavender, crimson and gold, stretching across dunes like spilled paint. Insects rise in clouds, birds follow, and for a brief moment, the desert becomes a paradise. Then, just as quickly, it fades back to gold and silence. These moments are the desert's secret, that life doesn't need permanence to be profound. Even humans leave their mirages behind, not illusions of water, but civilizations of dust. Ancient cities lie buried under dunes, Ubar, the Atlantis of the sands, Mohenjo-Daro, once vibrant with trade, Persepolis shimmering under Persian suns. The wind covers them slowly, grain by grain, until only whispers remain. Archaeologists dig, revealing pottery, bones and walls still warm with history. The desert forgets nothing. It simply hides memory until we are ready to find it again. And through it all, the sun reigns as both destroyer and creator. Without its relentless blaze, there would be no mirages, no storms, no cycles of rebirth. The very force that burns also breathes. To stand in the open desert at noon is to feel that duality, punishment and promise in the same light. As evening falls, the mirages vanish, but the magic remains. The desert cools with a sigh that travels for miles, carrying the scent of dust and stone. Shadows stretch across the dunes like rivers of ink, and the sun bleeds into crimson, turning the horizon into fire. It's here, between day and night, that the desert reveals its truest face, not harsh, but holy. Every grain of sand catches the fading light, glowing briefly before surrendering to dusk. When darkness settles, the stars return, endless, unbroken, ancient. You realize then that the desert isn't empty at all. It's a mirror for the sky. Constellations once used by travelers are still visible exactly as they were thousands of years ago. Under that cosmic ceiling, scarab beetles navigate by the Milky Way, and nocturnal birds sweep through cool air, guided by the glint of starlight. Even in stillness, life follows invisible paths. Night brings sound again. The call of an owl, the soft scurry of rodents, the rustle of lizards leaving burrows to hunt. Temperature drops fast, 40 degrees gone in an hour. But the rhythm continues. The sand cat, small and silent, pads over dunes, leaving prints erased by morning. It hunts by hearing alone, catching the faint scratch of insects beneath the surface. Every breath of wind carries life's persistence. Humans too have learned to turn this isolation into art. Caravans once crossed continents here, carrying spices, silk and salt, the currency of survival. The Silk Road, stretching from China to the Mediterranean, threaded through deserts where merchants navigated by stars and survival depended on trust. Along the way rose cities like Samarkand and Petra, carved in stone and dream. Their ruins still glow at sunset, pink and eternal. Even the myths of the desert speak of endurance. The Bedouins tell of jinn born from smokeless fire, guardians of dunes and secrets. In Egypt, sandstorms were said to be the breath of gods. The ancients weren't wrong. There's something divine in this emptiness, a presence that humbles. When you walk alone across a sea of dunes and hear nothing but your heartbeat, you understand why prophets came here to listen. But as climate shifts and heat rises, deserts are spreading, rivers shrink, crops fail, and the mirage of balance grows thinner each year. Yet even now, life adapts. Engineers build solar towers that reflect sunlight into power. Communities cultivate desert farms using mist collectors and underground irrigation. What once symbolized desolation may yet become the key to renewal. The same light that burns could save. At dawn, the first rays return, washing the dunes in pale gold. The desert breathes again. Tracks appear, vanish, and appear anew. A hawk circles, its shadow gliding across ridges older than civilization. The silence doesn't feel empty anymore. It feels full, alive, infinite. To stand in this landscape is to touch time itself. Everything here is motion slowed, transformation extended. Rocks become sand, sand becomes wind, and wind shapes rock again. The desert teaches patience, humility, endurance, the knowledge that nothing is wasted, not even loss. So the mirages remain, shimmering gifts from heat and horizon, illusions that remind us how perception bends before nature's will. They may vanish when you reach them, but they lead you onward, deeper, truer, because in the desert, chasing what isn't real often brings you closer to what is. And when night returns and the stars rise once more, you'll find yourself listening again to the hush, the hum, the whisper of sand carrying stories across centuries. That whisper is the desert's heartbeat, steady, eternal, waiting for the next traveler to listen. The forest wakes not with sound, but with breath. A slow inhale of mist rising from soil, a soft exhale through leaves that shimmer in the pale dawn. Light filters through the canopy in golden ribbons, touching ferns, moss, and bark with reverence. It is quiet, but not still. Every root, every drop, every flutter is alive with purpose. This is where the planet breathes, a cathedral of green lungs stretching beyond sight. Step deeper, and the temperature changes. The air cools, dense with oxygen and the sweet scent of decay. Beneath your feet, layers of fallen leaves crumble into the ground, feeding roots that weave together like veins. The deeper you go, the louder the silence becomes. In this hidden world, nothing moves without reason. Ants march along invisible highways, carrying burdens 10 times their weight. Vines creep upward in patient spirals, chasing light that filters down like liquid gold. The forest is not chaos. It is choreography. Towering above, the giants stand, trees that have seen empires rise and fall. Some are older than the pyramids, taller than cathedrals. Their bark bears the marks of centuries, lightning scars, animal claws, and the slow etch of time. These titans speak to one another underground, exchanging nutrients and warnings through a vast web of fungi known as the mycorrhizal network. Scientists call it the wood wide web. But to the forest, it has always been communication, roots whispering in the dark, ensuring survival. Everywhere, life builds upon life. Fallen trunks become nurseries for seedlings. Mushrooms bloom like lanterns in the shade. Frogs cling to the undersides of leaves, their skin slick with dew. Birds dart between branches, streaks of color and song. Even the air hums with invisible life. Spores, pollen, the heartbeat of 1 trillion unseen organisms. In the forest, death is never final. It's merely transformation. When rain comes, it does not fall. It sings. Each drop strikes a leaf, a branch, a pool of mud, merging into a melody of motion. The ground darkens, the scent sharpens, and everything seems to breathe a little deeper. Water races down roots and rivulets, recharging streams that feed rivers miles away. What happens here echoes across continents. The forest's exhale becomes the planet's weather, its rhythm the world's pulse. Not all forests are the same, yet each holds its own kind of mystery. In the tropics, vines twist like serpents around trunks that scrape the clouds. In the boreal north, pines hum in the wind, their needles sharp as whispers. Temperate woodlands glow with autumn fire, while mangrove forests rise from the sea on tangled stilts. Together, they cover 1/3 of the Earth's land and sustain every breath we take. Life here does not rush. Time in the forest moves differently, slower, steadier. A sapling might wait a century for its chance at sunlight. A river might carve a path for millennia before it finds the sea. Yet within that patience lies strength. The forest endures storms, droughts, even fire, and still it grows back. Green always finds a way to return. Humans once understood this rhythm. Our ancestors lived in step with the woods, taking what they needed, giving back what they could. They worshipped trees as gods, carved them into totems, and built their homes from their bones. But somewhere along the way, we forgot. Chainsaws replaced prayers. Smoke replaced mist. Every minute, forests the size of football fields vanish beneath the hum of machines. What took centuries to grow disappears in seconds, and yet the forest forgives. In abandoned places, trees reclaim the earth. Roots split concrete. Moss crawls over metal. Vines pull down walls until cities resemble ruins of their own making. Nature does not rage. It restores. Reforestation projects across continents are proving this truth. From the Amazon to the Philippines, from Kenya to Canada, hands are planting seeds, one by one, rewriting what was lost. In the soil, hope germinates quietly. At night, the forest changes again. The air cools, and the darkness becomes alive with sound. Crickets pulse in waves, owls glide through shadow, fireflies blink like drifting constellations. The stars above mirror the sparks below, as if the sky itself has descended to rest among the branches. If the day belongs to sunlight, the night belongs to mystery. Walk long enough beneath the canopy, and you begin to feel it. The heartbeat beneath your feet, the quiet rhythm that binds all living things. It isn't mystical, it's biological, but that doesn't make it any less sacred. You breathe, and the forest breathes with you. Every inhale you take is a gift exchanged across continents, the oxygen of trees for the carbon of lungs. When dawn comes again, it comes softly. Shafts of light return through leaves damp with dew, and the forest sighs awake. Birds erupt in chorus, insects stir, and mist lifts like curtains on a stage. The cycle begins anew. Death to soil, soil to root, root to leaf, leaf to air. The forest does not hurry. It doesn't need to. It simply exists, vast, patient, eternal. Because the forest remembers what we forget, that balance, not conquest, sustains the world. That life thrives in cooperation, not in dominance. And that every breath we take is shared with everything that grows. The forest does not speak in words, but in silence, scent, and shade. It asks nothing, yet gives everything. You can hear it if you listen. The soft rustle of leaves, the creak of branches, the slow exhale of the earth itself. That is the breath of the trees, the sound of a living planet, reminding you that you belong here too. When you walk beneath the canopy long enough, your senses begin to shift. What was once background noise becomes language. The rustle of leaves, the distant crack of branches, the soft hum of insects stitching sound into the air. The forest doesn't speak in words, but it communicates in rhythm and vibration. The longer you listen, the clearer it becomes. Beneath the green silence are voices, each one ancient, each one alive. In every forest, there is a hidden world just out of sight, the understory, where shadow and humidity rule. Ferns stretch toward fragments of light that pierce through the canopy like falling stars. Mushrooms bloom in damp soil, glowing faintly with bioluminescent blue, a reminder that even darkness creates its own form of light. Ant colonies build cities below roots. Termites raise towers from earth and saliva, and beetles carve tunnels through fallen trunks. This is the unseen machinery of the world, dismantling death to build life again. For every towering tree above, thousands of creatures below labor to sustain it. The mycorrhizal network, an invisible thread of fungal connections, transfers nutrients between trees. When one tree struggles, its neighbors feed it. When pests attack, warnings ripple through the soil. What seems like competition is actually collaboration, a forest acting as a single organism, sharing, responding, surviving together. And then there are the great wanderers, the mammals of the shadow world. Tigers padding silently through bamboo groves, stripes melting into beams of sunlight. Gorillas in misty mountains, moving with a slowness that feels almost sacred. Elephants threading through jungle paths, remembering routes carved generations ago. In their eyes lies an intelligence that transcends instinct. They mourn their dead, recognize friends, and navigate vast green labyrinths by memory alone. The forest isn't just their home, it's their inheritance. As dusk falls, the transformation begins. The light fades from emerald to indigo, and the nocturnal awaken. Bats flutter like paper through the trees, their ultrasonic calls bouncing off trunks in perfect navigation. Frogs begin their chorus, 1,000 overlapping croaks and chirps forming the soundtrack of night. Even the air changes texture, thicker, cooler, charged with unseen movement. The forest breathes slower now, conserving energy, preparing for the delicate chaos of darkness. But the shadows are not always gentle. Predators move in silence. The leopard, ghost of the canopy, leaps from branch to branch, vanishing into leaves. Owls, masters of stealth, glide soundlessly overhead, hearing the rustle of a single mouse on the forest floor. The night here is not empty. It's alive with watching eyes and patient hunger. Yet even among danger, beauty thrives. Fireflies flicker like living stars, signaling to mates in brief bursts of coded light. Their glow reflects off pools and petals, turning the forest into a living constellation. Biologists call it communication. Poets call it magic. In truth, it is both. The science of survival written in light and movement. And somewhere deep within this green ocean, rivers snake through darkness, carrying secrets from one world to another. The Amazon, the Congo, the Mekong, arteries of the planet, feeding everything they touch. Along their banks, capybaras rest like sentinels, kingfishers dive in flashes of blue, and caimans lurk, half submerged, eyes reflecting moonlight. Each river sings a different song, but all flow with the same message. Life is motion, and even silence moves. The forest is not just a place, it's a process, a constant negotiation between light and shadow, growth and decay. Trees fall, fungi bloom, insects feast, and from that feast, new life rises. It's a system so intricate that disrupting one thread can unravel the whole. And humanity, for all its brilliance, has tugged at those threads for centuries, cutting, burning, replacing wilderness with emptiness. Every lost forest takes with it not just oxygen or beauty, but history, the genetic memory of millions of years. Still, the forest endures. Seeds buried deep survive fire. Roots find cracks in rock and start again. In abandoned logging sites, saplings sprout through ash, reaching for light like hope incarnate. Conservationists call it succession, nature's quiet resilience. Where humans clear, the earth restores given time. The green tide always returns. If you stand still in the heart of the forest long enough, something extraordinary happens. The noise fades, your breathing slows. For a moment, you feel the rhythm beneath everything. The pulse of photosynthesis, the hum of insects, the gentle sway of air through branches. It's not imagination, it's connection. The same pulse that beats in your veins, the same carbon, the same breath. For all our cities and machines, we are not apart from this, we are of it. Every lungful of air you take began as sunlight captured by leaves. Every heartbeat echoes the same rhythm as rain hitting soil. To harm the forest is to harm the part of ourselves that remembers what it means to belong. And perhaps that's why the forest calls us back, not to escape civilization, but to remember creation. To step into that shadowed light and be reminded that we are temporary, but the rhythm is eternal. As dawn breaks once more, beams of light pierce through fog, and the forest sings again, birds greeting the morning, wind rising through leaves like applause. The cycle continues, indifferent yet generous, endless yet fleeting. In those first golden moments, when mist curls above the moss and the world smells of earth and renewal, you understand what all those whispers meant. The forest doesn't need us to survive, but we will not survive without it. There is a silence found only in the mountains, a stillness so complete it feels like the earth holding its breath. The air is thinner here, sharper, cleaner. Every inhale burns slightly, every exhale becomes cloud. Above you, peaks pierce the sky like frozen waves. Below, valleys spill into haze, forests fading into memory. These are the high places where stone meets heaven and the planet reveals its bones. To stand on a mountain is to touch time. The rock beneath your feet was born from fire, folded and crushed by forces so ancient they defy imagination. Some peaks rose from seabeds, fossils of long-dead creatures still locked inside. Others were carved by glaciers, patient sculptors that scraped the world into shape grain by grain. Every ridge and crevice is a record, a scripture written in granite. The Himalayas, the Andes, the Rockies, the Alps, they differ in form but share the same essence: endurance. They've watched oceans recede, forests migrate, and civilizations flicker like fireflies. To them, we are barely a blink. Yet despite their immensity, mountains are alive in ways most never see. Wind is their breath. Water is their pulse. Snow melts into rivulets that braid into rivers, feeding valleys and cities thousands of miles away. The mountains don't just stand, they give. Without them, half the world's fresh water would vanish. Every flake of snow is a promise, a reservoir waiting to melt, to nourish life far below. Among these giants live beings perfectly tuned to survival. Snow leopards melt into rock and shadow, their spotted coats a prayer of camouflage. Ibex and mountain goats defy gravity, climbing cliffs that seem impossible. Golden eagles ride updrafts higher than aircraft, scanning for movement in the stone labyrinth below. Even the plants are miracles of persistence, tiny alpine flowers clinging to cracks, their roots gripping ice, their colors defying the monochrome world around them. To the people who inhabit these high realms, the mountains are not scenery, they are spirit. The Sherpa of Nepal call Everest Chomolungma, the mother goddess of the world. The Andean Quechua speak of Apu, the mountain spirits who guard valleys and herds. The Tibetans see peaks as the abodes of deities, not to be conquered, but respected. Even in myth, we instinctively understood that to challenge a mountain is to test the soul. The higher you climb, the quieter the world becomes. The chatter of forests fades, replaced by wind that howls like a living voice. Step by step, oxygen thins until every movement feels deliberate, sacred. You begin to understand why so many have sought wisdom in these places: monks meditating in stone caves, hermits carving prayers into rock, climbers chasing meaning through exhaustion. Up here, distraction dies. Only focus remains, but beauty has teeth. The same cliffs that dazzle can kill. Avalanches fall without warning, snowfields conceal crevasses deep enough to swallow sound, and storms can turn skies from blue to black in seconds. To survive, you must surrender control, not to weakness, but to awareness. The mountain doesn't care about ambition, it respects only humility, and still we climb. Perhaps because something in us recognizes the echo of our own struggle in these colossal forms, the desire to rise, to see beyond, to touch what feels unreachable. The mountain is not our opponent, it's our mirror. At night, the mountains transform. The world below dissolves into darkness, while the peaks remain illuminated by moonlight and stars so close they seem to breathe. In the silence, every sound becomes amplified. The crunch of frost beneath boots, the whisper of snow shifting in the wind, the distant crack of ice. Time slows, and the vastness humbles even the most restless heart. Firelight glows in small base camps where climbers huddle together, steam rising from cups of melted snow. Their laughter is subdued, their faces etched with awe and fatigue. Up here, survival strips away everything unnecessary. Titles, wealth, pride, none of it matters. The mountain demands only truth. It's an unspoken pact between man and stone. Surrender your illusions, or it will take them for you. Below the snow line, the forests of the highlands teem with life. Red pandas, langurs, and pheasants flit among moss-covered branches. Rivers born from glaciers thunder down through ravines, carving paths through green valleys. Villages perch on slopes like prayers balanced between heaven and earth. Terraced farms rise in intricate steps, each one a victory over gravity, each one proof that even in the most unforgiving terrain, life adapts. But not all life in the mountains walks on four legs or grows from soil. The rocks themselves shift, breathe, and break. Geologists call it orogeny, the creation of mountains through tectonic collision. When continents meet, they do not politely shake hands. They crush, fold, and erupt, forcing land toward the sky. Its violence measured in millimeters per year, yet its results define the horizon. The Himalayas, still rising, are proof that Earth is never finished making itself. The weather, too, tells stories. Clouds gather and scatter in minutes, cloaking peaks one moment and revealing them the next. Storms roar through like living things, and then silence again. In those moments after, the light seems sharper, purer. The world feels washed clean. The mountain teaches impermanence not through philosophy, but through demonstration. For those who listen, the high places offer more than scenery. They offer perspective. From above, you see how small everything truly is. Cities reduced to specks, rivers winding like threads, the curve of the earth stretching toward forever. The worries of the valley fade, replaced by the clarity that only altitude can bring. It's no wonder that so many cultures built temples in these places. Altitude, they believed, brought proximity to the divine. And yet, as we ascend, we also leave behind the abundance of air, warmth, and comfort, the very things that make life easy. The mountain strips away everything until only essence remains. In the thin air, you meet yourself. Every breath is effort, every heartbeat a reminder that life is not guaranteed but earned. The view from the summit isn't a reward, it's revelation. When dawn breaks on the peaks, the first light touches snowfields like fire. The world below still sleeps in shadow, while the mountains ignite in gold and rose. Wind sweeps through the ridges, carrying the sound of melting ice, soft, rhythmic, eternal. You realize then that the mountain doesn't rise into the sky. It holds the sky up. And as you descend, leaving the world of clouds behind, you carry something invisible with you. A stillness, a weightless calm that only the high places can give. It is the echo of stone, the hum of altitude, the quiet reminder that to rise is not to escape the world, but to see it more clearly. The mountains are not monuments to solitude. They are symphonies of endurance, living testaments to patience and power. They remind us that greatness is not loud, that permanence requires pressure, and that even the hardest stone began once as molten fire. Down in the valleys, rivers rush and trees bend in wind, but above it all, the mountains remain, steady, silent, eternal. They are the earth's heart, beating in stone. When you rise high enough, the clouds no longer hang above you. They drift beneath your feet. The air thins until breath becomes a conscious act, each inhale sharp as glass. The world below fades into a blur of blues and greens, distant and unreal. Up here, among ridges crowned with ice and silence, you begin to understand why the ancients built their temples in the sky. These are the echoes above the clouds, where earth meets eternity. The soundscape changes first. Winds rush like tidal waves, colliding with stone and swirling into invisible rivers. The mountain speaks through them, groans, sighs, and whispers that bounce between peaks. When storms gather, thunder doesn't roll across the sky. It ricochets between summits, multiplying until the air itself vibrates. Lightning fractures the heavens, striking ridges older than time. Each flash feels like creation restarting. Here, life clings to impossibility. Snow finches wheel in thin air, their wings slicing gusts too strong for most birds to master. Tiny marmots dart between boulders, vanishing into crevices when shadows pass overhead. Lichens, half plant and half fungus, paint the rocks in orange and green, surviving on light, frost, and patience. Even in this desolation, photosynthesis continues, slow but stubborn. The higher the altitude, the more profound the persistence. Clouds roll through valleys like tides, swallowing and releasing the peaks in rhythmic cycles. At dawn, the mist glows rose gold. By noon, it blazes white. By evening, it dims to violet. Travelers who climb into that shifting ocean speak of a strange sensation, the sense that they're walking not on land, but through air made visible. In those moments, the boundary between sky and earth dissolves, and everything feels infinite. Human presence in this world is fleeting but sacred. Monasteries cling to cliffs as if sculpted by the wind itself. The monks who live there rise before sunrise, their chants carried down the valleys like threads of smoke. Their prayers are not petitions, but harmonies, joining the pulse of the mountain. Each syllable echoes through stone corridors and vanishes into mist, becoming part of the weather. Climbers, meanwhile, leave their own offerings, flags, cairns, names carved discreetly into rock. They know that any mark they make will eventually vanish beneath snow and wind, but they leave them anyway, small gestures of reverence to something beyond measure. To reach a summit is to glimpse the curve of the planet and realize how little of it we truly own. The higher one climbs, the simpler existence becomes. Hunger, thirst, fatigue, everything distills into survival. The mountain strips away complexity until only will remains. Up here, the echo is not a sound. It's a reflection of heartbeat, of breath, of the quiet within. At night, the peaks glow under the stars, as if the universe itself has descended to rest on their shoulders. The Milky Way stretches like a silver river from horizon to horizon, and the moon sharpens every ridge and shadow. In this thin air, sound travels differently, crisper, lonelier. The clink of an ice axe, the crunch of snow, even the murmur of breath seems amplified against the walls of the world. Below the surface, calm, the mountain still moves. Glaciers creak and crack like slow thunder, carving valleys in silence. Snowfields drift and resettle with every gust. To the untrained eye, it looks still. To the mountain, it is constant motion. The peaks remember every storm, every climber, every avalanche. Each scar tells of survival, not defeat. In these upper realms, death and beauty coexist. Frostbite and sunlight share the same space. The air is pure but merciless, the views breathtaking but dangerous. To stay too long is to gamble with time itself. Oxygen dwindling, cold creeping, thought slowing. And yet, those who ascend speak of a strange peace, a surrender not to death but to awareness. Up here you cannot control the mountain. You can only join it. Sometimes, just before dawn, a phenomenon called the alpenglow sweeps across the horizon. The snow turns pink, then crimson, then gold, a living fire burning without heat. The light lasts only minutes, but it transforms everything. Shadows vanish, peaks ignite, and for that brief moment, the world feels both ancient and newborn. To witness it is to feel eternity flicker in your chest. As morning advances, wind rises again, chasing mist through ravines. Eagles emerge from invisible ledges, riding thermals higher and higher until they disappear into blue. From above, they see the great rivers beginning as droplets of meltwater, trickling from ice into streams, then into life. What begins in frost becomes the veins of the earth. The mountains feed the planet with each thaw, quiet alchemy, turning ice into flow. And still, they call to us. Something deep within the human spirit is drawn to heights, not for conquest, but for communion. Every culture on earth has looked upward and imagined gods, ancestors, or meaning waiting there. Mountains embody that yearning. They remind us that transcendence is not found in distance, but in perspective. To climb is not to escape the world, but to understand it from another angle. As you descend from the heights, the sound returns. Rivers, forests, the low hum of life. The silence of altitude lingers in your ears like an afterimage. You realize that the mountain was never silent at all. It was speaking in frequencies too vast to hear, too slow to measure. The voice of stone and wind echoing through millennia. When you reach the valley again, you carry that resonance with you. The stillness, the clarity, the echo above the clouds. It stays in your breath long after the climb is over, a reminder that even when you return to the noise of the world, part of you will always remain in that thin, shining air. Because once you've stood above the clouds, you never truly come back down. Beneath every mountain, every forest, every ocean floor, the planet burns. It is a slow, patient fire, hidden beneath layers of stone thicker than continents. We walk across its surface daily, unaware that only a fragile crust separates us from a sea of molten light. This is the heart of the earth, where pressure forges stone into flame and silence becomes thunder. If you could travel downward, you would first feel the temperature climb. The ground darkens, rocks shimmer, air grows heavy. Minerals begin to flow like wax. Below the crust lies the mantle, a realm of magma so vast it makes oceans seem shallow. It moves in waves too slow to see, yet powerful enough to shift entire continents. Each ripple pushes mountains upward and opens cracks that birth new seafloors. To watch it would be to witness the planet breathing, an inhale of creation, an exhale of destruction. Through these shifting plates rise volcanoes, the planet's lungs of fire. When pressure becomes unbearable, the Earth exhales. Magma bursts through the crust, turning night to day, sky to ash. From the Pacific Ring of Fire to Iceland's frozen plains, these eruptions sculpt the surface with brutal artistry. Lava solidifies into new land, fertile soil, and islands that bloom with life decades later. What begins as violence becomes foundation. Some volcanoes whisper instead of roar. In Hawaii, molten rivers flow gracefully, glowing red against the dark. In Italy, Vesuvius sleeps uneasily over cities built on its shadow. In Indonesia, Krakatoa once erupted so fiercely that its sound circled the world 3 times. Yet each eruption, no matter how terrifying, is part of the same story. Earth remaking itself, again and again. Deep below, near the core, lies pressure beyond comprehension. Here, metals melt and crystallize under forces millions of times stronger than gravity's pull at the surface. The outer core, a churning sea of molten iron and nickel, moves with such intensity that it generates Earth's magnetic field. an invisible shield deflecting solar radiation, allowing life to exist at all. Without that invisible armor, every living thing would be scorched by the sun's wrath. Farther still lies the inner core, a sphere of solid metal hotter than the surface of the sun, yet frozen by pressure so immense it forbids motion. It spins separately from the rest of the planet, a beating metallic heart within a body of rock. Every earthquake, every eruption, every mountain raised or destroyed begins here in the deep rhythm of that unseen pulse. But the planet's fire doesn't only dwell in secrecy. It touches the surface in quiet ways, a hot spring steaming in snow, a geyser erupting with clockwork precision, the slow seep of warmth through volcanic soil where seeds take root in impossible places. In these gentler moments, Earth shows tenderness. The same energy that tears apart continents also nurtures them. Where magma meets ocean, new worlds rise. Beneath waves thousands of meters deep, hydrothermal vents hiss and boil. Around them flourish ecosystems without sunlight, tube worms, clams, and bacteria that live on chemicals instead of light. These underwater volcanoes are reminders that creation isn't always visible. Sometimes life begins in darkness, fed by heat rather than radiance. The deeper scientists explore, the clearer it becomes that fire and life are inseparable. Every breath we take, every drop of rain, every piece of land owes its existence to the furnace below. The soil that feeds forests once flowed as lava. The minerals in our blood were forged in the planet's molten forge. To study geology is to read the autobiography of a living world, written in ash, pressure, and time. The deeper we look, the more we realize that Earth's fire is not chaos, it's choreography. Every eruption, every quake, every plume of steam follows patterns written in the planet's molten script. The continents themselves are dancers on this fiery stage, gliding slowly atop the mantle's convection currents. It's hard to imagine such vast movement, but even now, as you read this, Africa inches northward toward Europe, the Pacific shrinks, and the Himalayas rise ever higher. The world beneath our feet is not still, it's alive. For humanity, this fire has always been both terror and teacher. Our ancestors gathered around smaller versions of it, campfires born of lightning strikes, to cook, to gather, to tell stories. The flames that once kept predators away now power cities, forge metal, and launch rockets into the sky. We learned to borrow the Earth's heat, to turn destruction into creation. Volcanoes gave us fertile soil, geothermal energy, and obsidian sharp enough to carve history itself. The same forces that could annihilate us also sustain us. In certain corners of the planet, you can still feel the heartbeat of that energy just beneath the skin of the world. In Iceland, the earth breathes steam through fissures and geysers, painting the air with mist. In Japan, onsens bubble with volcanic heat, healing body and spirit alike. In Yellowstone, the ground hisses, alive with pressure waiting to escape. Standing there, you realize that the ground is not solid. It's a membrane between calm and creation. But the fire is not always kind. Entire civilizations have been reshaped by its fury. Pompeii frozen beneath ash, Tambora blotting out the sun, whole islands swallowed by molten sea. Each time we are reminded that we are tenants, not masters, of this planet. The earth does not rage, it renews. What we call catastrophe is often regeneration in disguise. And within that cycle lies a truth both humbling and comforting. The same core that burns beneath our feet is the same heat that forged the stars. The iron in our blood, the gold in our jewelry, the carbon in our lungs, all were born in celestial fire and reforged here within the planet's heart. Every eruption is a faint echo of the universe's first explosion. The Earth, it seems, remembers its origin story in flame. Scientists dream of drilling to the mantle one day to touch that raw creation directly. But perhaps we don't need to. Every earthquake, every flicker of magma is a message, an invitation to listen. The planet is not silent. It hums in seismic rhythm, the deep bass line of existence. Stand near a volcano's rim and you'll feel it. A vibration that travels through stone, through soil, through your bones. It's the same pulse that drives the tides, the same rhythm that keeps continents adrift. The fire is not beneath us, it's within us. Humanity carries that spark, that urge to build, destroy, and rebuild again. When you finally turn away from the edge and look at the cooling lava, black and glistening like glass, you realize you've witnessed creation in its purest form. The mountain will grow again, the land will heal, the fire will rest, but it will never die. Because the heart of the earth does not stop beating, it only changes tempo. Sometimes the planet raises its voice, not with words, but with motion, a deep vibration that rolls through rock and water and bone. We call it an earthquake, yet it is more than a tremor. It is the earth reminding us that beneath calm soil lies unimaginable power. When the planet shifts, the sound cannot be heard by ears alone. It travels through mountains, echoes through oceans, and lingers in the atmosphere like a pulse. The crust on which we live is a jigsaw of plates, vast slabs of stone floating atop a molten sea. For millions of years they have drifted, collided, and broken apart in slow motion. But every so often, pressure builds where they meet. Too much weight, too much heat, and the grip slips. In a single instant, stored energy releases, and the ground ripples like water. Entire cities sway. Rivers change course, mountains rise a little higher, the earth clears its throat. In places like Japan, Chile, and the Philippines, people know this voice well. It is both feared and respected. They build their homes to sway, their hearts to endure. When the ground groans, they do not panic, they listen, because they understand that this power, though destructive, is also creative. The same tectonic force that destroys cities also raises new lands, opens hot springs, and reshapes coastlines. From destruction, new geography is born. Beneath the oceans, the voice becomes song. Submarine earthquakes send waves racing outward. Tsunamis, walls of moving water that can cross entire oceans before breaking on faraway shores. Scientists track them with satellites, trying to predict their arrival. But even with all our technology, we can't silence them. The planet will always have the final word. Yet the Earth doesn't always shout. Sometimes it whispers, a distant rumble, a gentle tremor felt by no one. These are the sighs of shifting plates, the small releases that prevent greater catastrophe. Like breaths between storms, they remind us that balance is constant negotiation. The Earth never truly rests. It simply changes rhythm. In remote valleys and deep caverns, those who have listened long enough say they can feel this rhythm in their chests. Miners speak of stone that breathes, of tunnels that hum before collapse. Scientists confirm what intuition has known for centuries. Before an earthquake, the ground emits tiny electrical signals, and animals sense them. Dogs whine, birds rise, fish scatter. The planet speaks first to those who still live close to its pulse. And when it finally does roar, it is awe-inspiring. Fault lines rupture like lightning frozen in stone. Streets crack open, rivers leap from their beds. In that moment, the illusion of permanence vanishes. We remember what we are, guests on a living world, small and temporary. Yet even amid chaos, beauty lingers. The sight of mountains reshaping themselves, of new land rising from sea. The Earth's language is motion, and motion is life. Every tremor, every eruption, every fault that slips is a syllable in the planet's endless story of becoming. After the ground stills, silence feels heavier than sound. Dust hangs in the air, the scent of stone and smoke thick in every breath. People step outside, eyes wide, hearts beating in rhythm with an Earth that has just reminded them of its heartbeat. For a moment, the world feels new again, rearranged, raw, alive. From space, scientists can see the aftermath as faint scars, coastlines shifted, rivers redrawn, mountains grown by a few inches. Each quake, no matter how catastrophic, leaves behind a geological memory. It's the planet writing in deep time, etching its story into strata for future generations to read. 1,000,000 years from now, geologists will find the layers of this moment and say, "Here, the Earth spoke here." Volcanoes and earthquakes are not enemies of life, they are its architects. Without them, continents would stagnate, oceans would vanish, and the air would grow stale. The violent reshaping of the surface keeps the planet breathing. It drives the carbon cycle, replenishes minerals, and renews the crust. Beneath destruction hides the greatest act of preservation imaginable: renewal through change. Ancient civilizations saw this truth long before science explained it. To the Aztecs, earthquakes were the shudder of gods remaking the world. To the Japanese, they were the movement of a great catfish beneath the sea. The Greeks imagined Poseidon striking the earth with his trident. These myths weren't wrong. They were poetry made from observation, the understanding that the ground is not dead, but divine. Today, we measure tremors with seismographs and plot them on maps. We give them magnitudes and coordinates, as if naming them tames them. But standing on quaking ground, surrounded by the groan of bending steel and falling stone, no number feels large enough to capture the experience. It is the planet's roar, ancient and infinite. When the shaking ends, people rebuild. Cities rise again, sturdier, wiser. Forests regrow over scarred valleys, roots stitching the earth together. Coral reefs reborn after underwater quakes provide shelter for fish once more. Nature does not mourn, it adapts. It listens, responds, evolves. The earth speaks, and life answers. In the stillness that follows, you can sometimes feel an echo beneath your feet. Faint, steady, eternal. It's the same vibration that travels through the mantle, that stirs magma in its chambers, that hums at the edge of hearing when wind passes through stone. That hum never stops. It is the sound of the earth turning, the whisper of continents in conversation. Stand on any ground long enough, and you'll sense it, the low frequency of existence itself. It's not just beneath mountains or oceans or deserts, it's everywhere, a reminder that the planet is never asleep. The Earth speaks constantly, and though its voice may shake the sky, its message remains the same. Change is not the end. It is the beginning. Before there was land, there was water. The planet's first breath rose not from soil or stone, but from waves that stretched endlessly beneath a young sun. Today, those same oceans still cover more than 70% of Earth's surface, cradling almost all known life. They are the planet's memory, its bloodstream, its mirror. To look upon the sea is to gaze into the origin of everything. The color itself seems alive, shifting from turquoise shallows to midnight abyss. Light barely penetrates its depths. Beyond 200 meters, sunlight vanishes, leaving a realm lit only by creatures that make their own glow. Down there, where pressure could crush steel, bioluminescent life flickers in silent constellations. Jellyfish pulsing in ghostly rhythm, lanternfish drifting like floating embers. The deep ocean isn't empty. It's a galaxy turned inward. Above, in the sunlit shallows, coral reefs bloom with impossible color. Each coral is a city, built by countless tiny architects called polyps, working together to create structures so vast they can be seen from space. Within these underwater metropolises swim schools of fish flashing silver like mirrored storms, sea turtles gliding through corridors of light, and sharks moving with slow, deliberate grace, apex predators in a cathedral of motion. Every wave tells a story of distance. The water that laps a Philippine shore today may have once touched Antarctica centuries ago. The ocean currents are Earth's circulatory system, transporting heat, nutrients, and life around the globe. The Gulf Stream, the Kuroshio Current, the Antarctic Circumpolar Drift, each acts as a conveyor belt of energy, balancing the climate, feeding the skies with vapor that returns as rain. Without these moving rivers, the planet would freeze or burn, and the oceans breathe. At their surface, microscopic plants called phytoplankton capture sunlight and carbon dioxide, producing more than half the oxygen on Earth. Every second breath you take comes not from forests, but from the sea. Invisible yet essential, these drifting organisms form the foundation of the global food web, tiny photosynthetic miracles that sustain whales, dolphins, and humanity alike. The ocean is also a time machine. Dive deep and you'll pass through layers of temperature and darkness that record the planet's history like rings in a tree. Fossilized shells, ancient methane pockets, and lost coastlines whisper of ages before memory, when continents drifted and ice swallowed the world. Every grain of sand on the seabed was once a mountain, carved by water's endless persistence. But for all its beauty, the ocean is still wilderness, untamed, unpredictable, and humbling. Waves can rise taller than skyscrapers, storms can erase horizons, and currents can turn calm seas into whirlpools of fury. Sailors once called it the endless hunger, because the ocean takes as easily as it gives. Yet we are drawn to it, pulled by a gravity beyond tides, a longing written in the salt of our blood. When sunlight breaks across open water, it fractures into liquid fire. The horizon becomes a line between worlds, above air and cloud, below an infinity of motion. Standing there, wind on your face, you feel the heartbeat of the planet. Every ripple, every surge, every breaking wave is a reminder. The ocean doesn't separate continents, it connects them. Beneath the waves lies a kingdom without borders. Mountains taller than Everest rise from the seafloor, mid-ocean ridges that stretch for tens of thousands of miles, forming the longest mountain range on Earth. Fissures between these ridges ooze molten rock, creating new crust even as tectonic plates drift apart. The ocean floor is alive with fire and pressure, a mirror of the planet's molten heart below. In the twilight zone, where sunlight fades into ghostly blue, the creatures grow strange. Transparent fish with lantern eyes, squid longer than cars, and drifting medusas with tendrils that pulse like lightning in slow motion. Every movement here feels ancient, deliberate. This is the ocean's secret world, where evolution writes its wildest poetry. But even the deepest waters cannot escape the reach of humankind. Plastic finds its way into trenches, ghost nets drift endlessly, and oil slicks spread like bruises across the surface. The ocean absorbs more than half the world's carbon dioxide, buffering our mistakes, but at a cost. Its chemistry changing, its reefs bleaching, its currents warming. Scientists warn that if the ocean falters, so will the sky, the land, and life itself. Yet hope, like the sea, is resilient. Across the world, guardians of the ocean rise to defend it. Divers plant coral fragments in damaged reefs, rebuilding one polyp's home at a time. Fishermen in small island nations turn hunters into protectors, establishing marine sanctuaries where life can rebound. Technology joins the cause, drones mapping illegal trawlers, satellites tracing currents, and new biodegradable materials replacing centuries of waste. The tide of change, though slow, has begun to turn. For those who live by the water, the relationship with the sea is intimate. The Polynesians once navigated entire oceans using only stars, wind, and wave patterns. No compass, no map, only instinct and respect. Coastal communities still measure time not by clocks, but by tides. To them, the ocean is not scenery, it's kin. They read its moods, sense its warnings, and speak of it with reverence. When storms roll in, the horizon disappears and the sea becomes sky. Lightning fractures the dark, waves roar like living beasts, and ships rise and fall as if caught in the breath of gods. But after every tempest comes stillness, a calm so vast it feels eternal. Sunlight pierces the cloud cover, glinting on ripples that stretch farther than the eye can see. In that silence, the ocean seems to rest, as if exhaling after a story well told. At night, bioluminescence paints the water in streaks of blue fire. Each motion, each oar stroke, each leap of a dolphin ignites light beneath the surface. It's the sea's quiet celebration, a dance of energy and life beneath the stars. To witness it is to understand that the ocean is not just water, it's living memory, rhythm, and radiance. And when you finally stand at the edge of that vast horizon, where wind tastes of salt and the world seems infinite, you realize the truth the ocean has whispered for millennia. We are not apart from it. We are of it. Beneath the reach of sunlight lies another world, a place so alien it might as well belong to another planet. The ocean's deepest zones, the abyssal plains and hadal trenches, are the Earth's final frontier. Down here, pressure crushes everything except the things born to endure it. Darkness reigns, but life still finds a way to glow. The descent begins with silence. As you sink past the last flicker of light, color drains away. Red disappears first, then orange, then yellow. By 1,000 meters, only shades of blue remain. At 4,000, even that vanishes, replaced by black so complete it swallows thought. Yet in this vast night, billions of creatures drift. Some are transparent as glass, others emit cold fire. They pulse, flash, and shimmer like constellations scattered through ink. Explorers once believed nothing could live at such depths. Then came the cameras and submersibles, fragile machines descending into pressure more than 1,000 times that of the surface. What they found rewrote biology. Fish with jaws hinged like traps, shrimp that feast on volcanic vents, and blind crustaceans navigating by vibration alone. The deep ocean, it turned out, is not barren. It is teeming, dreaming, alive. At hydrothermal vents, where the planet's molten heart touches seawater, black chimneys spew clouds of minerals hotter than boiling point. Instead of sunlight, life here feeds on chemosynthesis, bacteria turning chemical energy into sustenance. Entire ecosystems bloom around these towers, giant tube worms, ghost crabs, and colonies of organisms that have never seen a single sunrise. It's a reminder that life doesn't depend on light, It depends on energy and will. Elsewhere, whale carcasses drift downward, whale falls, the forests of the deep. When a leviathan dies, it becomes a floating city of nourishment. Hagfish, snails and worms gather to feast for decades, recycling every cell until only bone remains. Even in death, the ocean sustains life. Farther below, in trenches like the Mariana and the Tonga, the seabed plunges nearly 11 kilometers. Here, the temperature hovers near freezing, and pressure would flatten any unprotected machine. Yet still, the cameras reveal movement, snailfish with translucent skin, amphipods the size of fists, and bacteria thriving inside the mud. The ocean dreams in silence, but those dreams are crowded. Sound travels faster here, bending and echoing through the dense water. Whales sing across thousands of miles, their calls resonating through layers of temperature and current. These are the songs of the deep, ancient communications that once guided entire migrations. Scientists record them, decoding messages of distance and longing. The ocean, they say, is not mute, it's a choir of living frequency. The ocean floor is not a graveyard, but a living landscape, shifting and breathing just like the world above. Earthquakes rumble here too, birthing underwater mountains and trenches deeper than imagination. Rivers of cold, dense water flow along the seafloor, guided by gravity, shaping valleys in slow motion. The mid-ocean ridges stretch like the spine of the planet, glowing faintly with geothermal heat, veins of fire beneath an empire of darkness. Every movement in these depths feels deliberate. A cloud of sediment stirred by a fish becomes a storm of glitter, scattering light in delicate bursts. A glowing jellyfish expands and contracts like a heartbeat, its body transparent, its rhythm ancient. Here, time seems to slow. Nothing hurries. Energy is precious, and every flicker of motion feels sacred. For the few humans who have descended to these depths, the experience is beyond words. Astronauts often say space feels infinite. Ocean explorers say it feels alive. As submersibles drift through blackness, their lights reveal creatures that vanish as quickly as they appear, as if the ocean only allows brief glimpses of its dreams. When the lights go out, the world outside pulses with its own glow, soft and mysterious, like stars made of water. But even in this distant realm, humanity's shadow reaches. Microplastics rain down like artificial snow, settling into trenches that have never known sunlight. Deep-sea mining threatens to scrape away ecosystems that took millions of years to form. The noise of ships, once muffled by depth, now vibrates even through the lower thermocline, confusing whales and displacing migrations older than civilization itself. The ocean dreams, but we keep interrupting its sleep. Still, the sea is resilient. It swallows our mistakes and reclaims them in silence. Sunken ships become coral kingdoms. Lost metal turns into reefs. The bones of our past become foundations for life we may never see. The ocean does not forget. It transforms. In the quiet between currents, deep-sea microphones record sounds that defy explanation. Some are mechanical, others organic, low, resonant hums that fade and return like the planet's heartbeat. Scientists call them bloop or slow down, mysterious noises that might come from massive creatures or geological events. Whatever their source, they remind us that the ocean still keeps secrets. And perhaps it should. Every discovery reminds us that mystery is not something to solve, but something to respect. The ocean's depths are not meant to be conquered. They are meant to be understood in awe. When you finally rise toward the surface, light returns slowly, diffusing through water until the world becomes blue once more. Above, waves glitter in sunlight. Below, darkness hums softly, endless, eternal. You break the surface, gasping air, heart racing, not from fear, but reverence. You've touched the oldest dream of all, the memory of where life began. Because somewhere in that endless depth, beneath pressure and silence, the ocean still dreams of what it once created and what it still sustains. Look up, and you are staring into a living ocean of air. It swirls, flows, and changes shape, just as water does, though its waves are invisible. The atmosphere is not merely the space above us. It is the planet's skin, thin and fragile, yet capable of sustaining every heartbeat and every leaf. Without it, Earth would be a silent rock adrift in blackness. With it, the world breathes. Every inhale you take is part of an endless cycle that began long before humanity appeared. The air around you has traveled continents, crossed mountains, and drifted through storms. The oxygen filling your lungs may once have risen from an Amazonian forest or from phytoplankton floating in the Indian Ocean. The sky is the great recycler. It remembers everything, carries everything, connects everything. From the ground, wind seems chaotic, but viewed from space, it forms graceful spirals, massive jet streams and trade winds tracing ribbons of motion around the globe. These currents carry warmth from the equator to the poles, ice crystals from clouds to deserts, dust from Africa to the Americas. Even the smallest gust participates in a planetary ballet choreographed by heat, rotation, and gravity. Every breeze has a purpose. Warm air rises, cool air sinks, and between them life circulates. The same wind that shakes the petals of a flower can sculpt dunes, shape continents, and carry seeds across oceans. It has been a messenger of migration and myth, filling sails, fueling storms, and whispering through canyons since the dawn of time. When day turns to night, the air shifts temperature, creating thermals that birds ride effortlessly. Eagles climb without flapping, gliding on columns of warmth invisible to human eyes. Monarch butterflies, light as dust, cross thousands of miles by reading subtle changes in pressure. Even dragonflies migrate, guided by winds that seem random, but are as deliberate as tides. Above them, the sky divides into layers. The troposphere, where weather lives. The stratosphere, where jets carve vapor trails through frozen silence. Beyond that lies the mesosphere and thermosphere, where auroras shimmer like curtains of fire. Solar winds colliding with oxygen, painting the poles in green and violet flame. The thin exosphere drifts into space, its molecules escaping gravity's grasp one by one. Humanity once believed the sky was divine, the realm of gods and angels, unreachable and eternal. Yet we have climbed into it, filled it with our machines, and mapped its moods. Weather satellites orbit like eyes that never close, measuring temperature, moisture, and the movement of storms. We forecast tomorrow's rain, but we still struggle to understand the full personality of the wind. Because the sky is not tame, it can soothe with calm blue one moment and unleash chaos the next. Thunderheads tower like castles, charged with electricity powerful enough to split trees. Lightning flashes, thunder answers, and for an instant the air becomes pure energy. Each storm is the planet's electrical heartbeat, fierce, brief, and beautiful. When lightning fades and rain begins, the sky exhales. The scent of wet earth, that deep, nostalgic aroma known as petrichor, rises as drops strike the ground. Each raindrop is a traveler, formed from vapor, carried upward by heat, cooled into clouds, then released by gravity's hand. It falls, not in isolation, but as part of a vast cycle that has turned since before the first forest took root. The rain you feel today may have once fallen on a pharaoh's temple or trickled through the roots of a Jurassic fern. Storms end the same way they begin, in silence. The air clears, washed clean, and sunlight refracts through lingering droplets, scattering into rainbows that arch across the world like promises. These colors are not illusions, but physics, light bending through water, revealing what was always hidden in white. In those fleeting arcs, the sky shows its true complexity, science and poetry woven together. But the sky is changing. Human hands have filled it with carbon and smoke, tipping delicate balances that took millennia to perfect. Jet trails spread like ghostly scars. Industrial haze dims sunsets that once burned red and gold. Climate scientists warn that the atmosphere's temperature is rising faster than nature can adapt. The winds of change are literal, shifting monsoons, stronger hurricanes, longer droughts. The sky, once our ally, has begun to mirror our excess. And yet, it still forgives. The air heals faster than land or sea. When emissions fall, clarity returns. Cities that once choked under smog have glimpsed blue again. After storms of pollution come years of renewal, a testament to the atmosphere's resilience. The Earth wants to breathe with us, not against us. All we need to do is listen. To those who soar, pilots, migratory birds, dreamers, the sky remains a place of freedom. At 30,000 feet, where clouds stretch like continents, you can see the curve of the planet. Sunlight hits the horizon at an angle that turns air into flame, painting dawn and dusk in infinite gradients of color. Above that line, silence reigns, not emptiness, but perfection. And in that stillness, you realize something profound. The sky isn't separate from the earth. It is part of the same living organism, its breath, its mood, its reflection. The wind that carries seeds also carries voices. The rain that falls on one land nourishes another. Every cloud is both journey and destination. When night returns, stars pierce the atmosphere's veil, and the cycle begins anew. Air cools, oceans sigh, forests inhale. The world, for all its storms and scars, continues to breathe. You breathe with it, part of the same rhythm that drives hurricanes, rustles leaves, and carries whispers through the dark. The sky is not just above you, it is within you. Every breath you take is a small act of faith in the balance that binds all life together. The silent promise that the world, no matter how wounded, still remembers how to exhale. It begins as a whisper. Warm air rising, cool air sinking. The planet clearing its throat. Over the horizon, clouds gather like thoughts collecting before speech. The sky darkens not in anger, but in concentration, as if the atmosphere itself is preparing to say something important. The storm is not chaos, it is language, the oldest conversation between heat and motion. In the tropics, sunlight fuels this dialogue with relentless energy. Moist air ascends, cools, condenses. Each droplet releases heat, feeding the spiral, tightening the wind. A single spark of imbalance becomes a cyclone, a living engine of rotation. From space, it looks like art, a perfect spiral of white arms and sapphire eye. Up close, its raw power, waves heaving, trees bending, cities holding their breath. Every storm has a voice. Thunder speaks in percussion, rain in rhythm, wind in melody. To the trained ear, these sounds are stories, warnings, invitations, reminders. Sailors once swore they could hear the ocean's tone change before a storm's arrival. Animals still can. Birds fall silent, dogs grow restless, and the air thickens with scent. Nature listens to itself long before we notice the change. When the first gusts arrive, the world transforms. Leaves spin through the air like frantic messengers. The wind finds every crevice, whistling through shutters, howling through wires. Rain follows, striking the ground with increasing urgency until it becomes a curtain of silver. Lightning flashes, brief as thought, illuminating everything in a single frame. The trembling forest, the cresting wave, the human figure looking upward in awe. Inside the storm, fear and fascination coexist. The mind wants to flee, but the eyes refuse to close. To witness raw weather is to glimpse the planet without restraint. Each gust, each flash, each roll of thunder is a reminder that we live not on the earth, but within it, inside its breath, its pulse, its moods. As pressure drops, the storm reaches its crescendo. Wind screams across rooftops, bending metal and will alike. Rivers swell, swallowing roads and fields. Lightning strikes again and again, tracing the veins of the sky. Yet within this fury lies geometry, the spiral of physics, the equilibrium of chaos. No stroke of wind is wasted, no drop of rain falls without cause. The planet is rebalancing itself in motion and light. And then, suddenly, peace. The eye of the storm passes overhead, a perfect circle of calm surrounded by walls of destruction. The air becomes eerily still, heavy with electric scent. People step outside, blinking at sunlight that feels foreign. Birds return to perches, only to flee again when the other side arrives. The calm never lasts, but in those few moments, silence feels divine. The calm breaks as suddenly as it came. Winds reverse direction, harder, colder, furious with new intent. The second act of the storm begins with a sound like tearing sky, the walls closing in, the atmosphere reclaiming its rhythm. Trees bow, power lines hum, and rain slants sideways in thick silver sheets. Every element becomes alive, every molecule charged with motion. In this chaos, there's an order older than memory. Storms do not destroy without reason, they rearrange. Forests flattened by wind grow back richer, fed by the nutrients storms release. Rivers overflow, spreading life-giving sediment. Lightning splits the air and stitches nitrogen into the soil, a cosmic alchemy that makes green possible. Destruction and creation are partners, not enemies, in the symphony of weather. When lightning strikes, it writes for an instant in fire. The sky fractures, light floods the horizon, and thunder follows, the delayed heartbeat of the heavens. Each flash lasts less than a second, yet the power inside could light entire cities. We chase it with cameras and fear it in equal measure, but every bolt is a signature of balance restored. The planet releases what it cannot hold. And when the storm moves on, it leaves a silence so deep it feels sacred. Branches drip, air cools. The scent of ozone lingers, sharp and clean, like a reset. The world feels lighter, as if it has exhaled something it's been holding too long. In the distance, the last rumbles fade into a low hum, the earth's voice softening to a whisper once more. For those who survive, the aftermath becomes testimony. Communities rebuild stronger, wiser. People remember the night when the sky spoke and they listened. Myths are born from moments like these: gods of thunder, spirits of wind, rain dancers, and storm callers. In every culture, storms have been sacred because they remind us of humility. You cannot command the wind, you can only stand before it. Today, satellites predict their paths, radars trace their rotation, and scientists model their strength. Yet for all our data, storms still surprise us. They form from whispers, grow from imbalance, and vanish into silence, a reminder that some forces can be understood but never controlled. At sunset, after the tempest has passed, clouds catch the last light and burn with impossible color: crimson, gold, violet. The same storm that frightened the world now paints it in beauty. Children step outside, barefoot on wet ground, watching the sky heal itself. The air is new, alive with ions and scent. Everything feels cleaner, sharper, awake. The wind settles, the night deepens. Somewhere in the dark, the next storm begins to dream. The atmosphere never sleeps. It only pauses between breaths. The voice of the planet continues, sometimes gentle, sometimes fierce, always speaking in the language of motion. And as you look to the horizon, you realize the truth behind every tempest. The world doesn't rage against us. It calls to us, reminding us that we are part of its weather, part of its rhythm, part of its endless song. Long before humans dreamed of wings, the sky already belonged to others. Feathers ruled where flesh could not, gliding, soaring, dancing on thermals that humans would one day try to name. The story of birds is the story of evolution at its most elegant. Earthbound creatures transformed into architects of air. This is the feathered kingdom, a realm of motion and song suspended between heaven and earth. Each feather is a masterpiece, a fusion of engineering and art. Lightweight yet strong, it splits air with the precision of a blade while holding warmth like a second heartbeat. Colors shimmer under light. Blues that aren't pigments but reflections, reds drawn from minerals, whites that scatter sunlight into glow. A single wing beat is a symphony of muscle and design, honed by millions of years of trial and triumph. There are more than 10,000 bird species across the planet, from the tiny bee hummingbird, no heavier than a coin, to the wandering albatross, whose wings span wider than a man is tall. They inhabit every realm, mountains, deserts, cities, oceans, adapting with a grace few creatures possess. Some sing, some hunt, some simply glide on invisible rivers of wind, their flight effortless, eternal. In the early morning, the world wakes to their chorus. Songbirds call not just to mate or mark territory, but to celebrate survival. Each melody a declaration that night has passed and life continues. The robin's clear trill, the warbler's quicksilver tune, the dove's mournful coo, together they weave the soundtrack of the living earth. Scientists have found that birdsong can even heal, lowering human stress and steadying the heart. The sky, it seems, knows how to soothe its listeners. But behind the beauty lies endurance. Migration is the grand pilgrimage of the feathered kingdom, a journey measured not in miles but in devotion. The Arctic tern travels from pole to pole each year, chasing endless daylight. Bar-tailed godwits cross entire oceans without stopping once, their hearts slowing, their bodies burning stored fat with surgical precision. Even the humble sparrow reads magnetic fields and starlight, guided by instincts older than civilization. Flight is their language, and the wind their map. Some rise with the dawn and ride thermals thousands of meters high, while others skim the surface of rivers, their wings barely brushing water. Raptors, eagles, hawks, falcons command the sky with lethal grace, their eyes sharp enough to see a heartbeat from a mile away. When they dive, air splits before them, speed turning into music. And then there are those that cannot fly, yet still belong to the kingdom. Penguins torpedoing through the sea, ostriches racing over plains, cassowaries striding through jungle shadows. They remind us that wings are not just tools for flight, but symbols of adaptation. Whether in air, water, or land, feathers remain nature's declaration of defiance. Proof that evolution doesn't just survive, it dreams. The kingdom of the air is not silent. Each call, whistle and flutter is a story carried on the wind. In tropical forests, parrots argue in bursts of colour and sound, their chatter echoing across canopies thick with life. On icy cliffs, puffins return from the sea with beaks full of silver fish, greeting their mates with soft clicks and head bows that look almost like laughter. Even in deserts, where the wind howls alone, falcons cut through the heat, their wings writing invisible poetry across the sky. Everywhere, birds become mirrors of the world they inhabit. In wetlands, herons stand motionless, reflections of patience. In mountains, condors ride thermals high enough to kiss the edges of space. In cities, pigeons fill the gaps between towers, the latest heirs to a kingdom they never surrendered. Their wings flash between glass and steel, reminders that nature adapts faster than we can confine it. But the feathered kingdom faces its own storms. Deforestation silences the symphonies of songbirds. Plastic and oil-stained coastal sanctuaries. Migratory paths vanish under expanding skylines. Scientists estimate that nearly half of the world's bird populations are in decline. For every vibrant flock that crosses the dawn, there are species slipping quietly into extinction, their final songs unheard. And still, hope takes flight. Conservationists build sanctuaries where lost species find refuge. Technology tracks migration routes, protecting feeding grounds across continents. Communities plant native trees, restore wetlands, and silence the guns that once filled the air with death. Slowly, in pockets of wilderness, the sky begins to sing again. Each returning bird is a victory, a heartbeat restored to the planet's rhythm. To watch a bird in flight is to witness freedom made visible. Its movement is the physical embodiment of trust, in air, in instinct, in the unseen. Every feather adjusts minutely, every angle perfect, every motion part of a choreography older than humanity itself. The wings don't fight the wind, they cooperate with it. There's a lesson in that. Survival through harmony, not resistance. At sunrise, a hawk drifts over golden fields. Its shadow glides across the land, silent but powerful. Beneath it, rivers shimmer, trees sway, and the world seems to pause for just a moment. The sky feels alive, breathing in rhythm with the beating of its wings. It's not domination, it's balance. The bird doesn't conquer the air. It becomes part of it. And perhaps that's the greatest truth the feathered kingdom offers, that freedom isn't escape, but connection. To fly is to belong fully to the world, to trust gravity and defy it in the same heartbeat, to rise not through force, but through understanding. When dusk falls and the last silhouettes cross the horizon, the air cools and the earth exhales. The songs fade, but the echo of wings remains. Somewhere beyond the dark, another dawn waits, and with it the rustle of feathers waking the world again. Because the sky never stays silent for long. It waits patiently for the next chorus to begin. The sky is a vast stage, and its dancers are eternal. Every wingbeat, every glide, every dive is an act of physics turned art. Birds are not simply creatures of air. They are masters of motion, sculpting the wind with precision and grace. Their flight is not just movement, it is language. And for those who watch closely, every curve and spiral tells a story of survival, skill, and awe. At dawn, the world stirs with motion. Swallows slice through golden air, tracing invisible geometry above rivers and fields. Their wings fold and flare in perfect timing, each adjustment responding to the faintest tremor of air pressure. Hummingbirds hover like suspended jewels, their wings beating up to 80 times a second, so fast that sound becomes shimmer. They are the heartbeat of the wind, feeding on light itself. Far above, eagles rise on thermals that swirl like invisible staircases. They do not flap. They float, riding the breath of the earth with patience that borders on meditation. In a single glide, they can cross valleys, mountains, and memory. Their eyes, 8 times sharper than ours, scan the world below, seeing patterns and motion invisible to human sight. To fly like an eagle is not to flee the world, it's to see it whole. Speed, too, finds its champions. The peregrine falcon, nature's living missile, dives at over 200 miles per hour, the fastest animal on the planet. Its body is an aerodynamic miracle. Curved bones, tapered feathers, and nostrils shaped to manage airflow. In those breathtaking plunges, gravity and instinct merge into one perfect equation. When the falcon strikes, it doesn't fight the wind, it becomes it. But the mastery of motion extends beyond power. Owls drift through night on silent wings, each feather designed to muffle sound. Their flight is a ghost's whisper, so soft it defies detection. The stillness between their wing beats carries ancient precision, allowing them to hunt by hearing alone. While day belongs to color and song, night belongs to silence and shadow, and the owl reigns over both. Across oceans, albatrosses spend years without touching land, sleeping on the wind, gliding for hours without a single flap. Scientists once puzzled over how they stayed aloft for so long until they discovered dynamic soaring, a technique of harnessing air currents between ocean and sky. The bird doesn't conquer the wind. It converses with it, borrowing energy from the planet's breath. Each glide is a question, each turn an answer. And in tropical forests, macaws streak through the canopy in explosions of blue and red, their cries echoing like laughter. Swifts nest on cliffs, racing storms and darting through rain with effortless grace. Cranes, symbols of longevity and peace, migrate in formation so precise that each wing beat reduces drag for the bird behind it. Teamwork etched into instinct. Flight for them is not escape. It is connection to wind, to sun, to horizon. Every wing in motion is a signature of life in balance with air. As daylight fades, the rhythm of the sky changes. The heat that once carried hawks and falcons upward cools, and new dancers take their place. Bats, though not birds, join the performance, the only mammals to truly fly. They twist and dive with erratic beauty, chasing insects invisible to our eyes, guided not by sight but by sound. Their echolocation clicks ripple through the night like sonar poetry, mapping a world of motion we can barely imagine. In the twilight's calm, geese form V-shaped lines across the sky. Each wing beat creates a lift that eases the burden for the one behind it, an invisible gift passed from leader to follower. They call out to one another, a chorus of unity echoing through dusk. When one grows tired, another takes the lead. It is cooperation written on the wind, a lesson in endurance and shared purpose. Far above them, the great migrations continue unseen. Millions of birds travel under the stars, navigating by constellations, magnetic fields, and memory. Some fly for days without rest, their bodies conserving water and energy with near magical efficiency. Scientists have tracked tiny warblers crossing oceans, guided not by maps, but by instinct carved deep into their DNA. Their motion is both mystery and miracle, evolution's purest triumph. Not all flight is about distance or survival. Sometimes it is art. In murmuration, thousands of starlings move as one, twisting through the sky in liquid formations that defy reason. The flock behaves like a single living organism, each bird responding to the movement of its neighbors with split-second precision. The result is hypnotic. a living cloud that pulses and folds upon itself like breathing smoke. There is no leader, no command, only perfect cooperation through chaos. The secret behind these wonders is balance. Birds are mathematicians in motion, reading air density, gravity, and lift with bodies evolved for harmony. Feathers flex like muscle, bones bend like springs, and instincts translate equations of flight in an instant. A gust of wind that would unbalance us becomes opportunity to them, a doorway to another current, another height. Even when storms rage, the masters of motion do not retreat. They adjust, adapt, glide through turbulence with uncanny grace. Where we would see danger, they see pathways. Their resilience is not defiance but understanding, an acceptance that motion itself is the language of survival. At sunrise, the air fills again with sound, wings fluttering, songs rising, colors bursting into the returning light. Each bird, from the tiniest sparrow to the mightiest eagle, contributes a note to the same vast orchestra, one that has played since the dawn of life. Watching them, you realize flight is not an act of escape, but of belonging. The sky is not conquered by wings, it is shared by them. Each motion, each glide, each echo of feathers cutting air is a reminder that freedom is not found in defiance of gravity, but in harmony with it. When the day ends and shadows stretch across the horizon, the masters of motion vanish into the fading gold, silent silhouettes against an endless sky. But the wind remembers. It carries the echo of their wings long after they're gone, whispering their eternal truth. To move is to live. To live is to fly. The world grows quiet when the cold arrives. Snow begins as breath in the clouds, vapor crystallized into geometry. Each flake falls in perfect silence, a six-pointed signature that will never be repeated. Layer upon layer, they gather until the land forgets its colors. The forest, the field, the mountain, all vanish under one endless white. It is not death that winter brings, but stillness, a long inhale before the planet exhales again. The polar regions are the Earth's mirrors. They catch the light of the sun and scatter it back into space, cooling the world and anchoring its climate. Above the Arctic Circle, the sun vanishes for months. Darkness reigns, broken only by the green fire of the aurora borealis. Curtains of light ripple across the night like whispered music, solar particles colliding with oxygen, painting the sky in silent waves. In the south, the Antarctic holds a different rhythm. Harsher, colder, a cathedral of ice untouched by human noise. Life here exists at the edge of possibility. Polar bears roam the northern ice, their white fur hollow and radiant, insulating against temperatures that would freeze breath mid-air. They walk for miles across a landscape that shifts beneath them, hunting seals through cracks in the sea ice. Each step is a gamble between hunger and survival. In the Antarctic, penguins gather in vast colonies, huddling together in storms that can strip paint from steel. They trade places, one by one, so that no bird stays on the outside for long, a choreography of endurance written in instinct. Beneath the ice, the sea is alive. Krill swarm in billions, glowing faintly as they feed on microscopic algae clinging to the under-ice world. They are the heartbeat of the polar ecosystem, sustaining whales, seals, and seabirds across continents. When a blue whale surfaces through a gap in the ice, the sound carries for miles, a note so low it trembles in bone, a song of ancient oceans that once covered the world. Even in this silence, motion continues. Glaciers flow like rivers slowed by time, inching toward the sea, carving valleys and fjords with patient force. When they break, the sound is thunder, a crack that echoes across horizons. Each calving glacier releases a memory, ice older than civilization, trapped bubbles of ancient air, whispering secrets from a different Earth. Scientists read those bubbles like scripture, measuring carbon, temperature, time. The ice is an archive, and it is melting. For centuries, humans feared these frozen worlds. Explorers vanished chasing the poles, their ships trapped in crushing ice. Yet the cold always fascinated us, a symbol of purity, danger, and transcendence. To stand at the end of the world is to feel eternity pressing close, the kind of silence that humbles language itself. In the heart of winter, sound becomes fragile. Footsteps vanish beneath the hush of snow, breath crystallizes mid-air and drifts like smoke from an invisible fire. The frozen world teaches stillness, not absence of life, but patience. Under the ice, fish move slowly, conserving energy. Seeds sleep beneath frost, waiting for a softer season. Even the wind seems to hold its breath. The planet, for a moment, rests. Yet in this seeming desolation, beauty thrives. The Arctic tundra glitters at dawn, its frost catching light like a field of diamonds. Icicles hang from branches like glass organs, each one resonating faintly with the pulse of wind. In Antarctica, the horizon stretches into infinity. White on white, sky and earth indistinguishable. When the sun finally returns after months of darkness, it rises like a miracle, bathing the ice in gold and pink. The light feels heavier here, as if the world is relearning how to shine. But this silence, this purity, is fragile. The frozen poles are melting faster than ever before. Vast ice shelves fracture and collapse into the sea, raising oceans inch by inch. Permafrost thaws, releasing ancient gases trapped for millennia. Animals wander farther in search of food, polar bears forced to swim for miles, walruses crowded on beaches where ice once floated. The balance that has endured for eons trembles in our time. And still, nature resists extinction. Scientists working on the ice study microbes that awaken after centuries asleep, organisms that might hold the keys to resilience, medicine, even survival. Beneath frozen lakes, entire ecosystems persist in darkness, thriving on minerals instead of sunlight. Life, it seems, has learned every language of endurance. Even here, at the edge of everything, it sings quietly in the dark. For those who venture into these realms, explorers, researchers, dreamers, the experience borders on the spiritual. To walk through an Antarctic storm is to face the planet stripped bare of comfort or illusion. There is no sound but the howl of wind, no color but blue and white, no boundary between earth and sky. Many describe the feeling not as isolation, but connection, the overwhelming realization that the world is both fragile and infinite. At night, the aurora returns. Ribbons of green and violet stretch across the black, undulating in silent rhythm. They are not fireworks, not storms, but electricity turned into art, the sky breathing light. The snow below reflects it, glowing faintly as if the earth itself were dreaming. In that moment, everything feels suspended, motionless, timeless, eternal. The silent white does not last. Spring will come, ice will melt, rivers will flow, and the world will wake again. But the memory of winter remains, a reminder that even stillness has purpose, even silence has song. The frozen worlds are not voids, they are mirrors, reflecting the planet's resilience and fragility in equal measure. And as the snow drifts in the final light, the earth exhales softly, the long, slow breath of a world learning to rest before it begins again. At the edges of the world, where cold carves everything into silence, life endures with extraordinary grace. The guardians of the ice are the sentinels of these frozen realms, creatures and elements that hold the balance of the planet in their patient glacial hands. They are not merely survivors, they are keepers of memory, protectors of equilibrium, and witnesses to time itself. In the north, the polar bear reigns as monarch. Its fur, though white, is translucent, reflecting light so perfectly it becomes one with the snow. Beneath that fur, black skin drinks in sunlight, a quiet defiance against cold. For months, bears wander across shifting ice, following the scent of seals hidden beneath frozen sheets. Each step is calculated, deliberate, a choreography of survival across a landscape that never stops moving. But even kings face extinction. As sea ice melts earlier each year, hunting grounds vanish. Bears swim longer distances, sometimes hundreds of miles, between patches of ice. Cubs drown in waters once calm. Mothers starve, waiting for prey that never comes. In documentaries, we see their struggle as tragedy. In truth, it is prophecy. The fate of the polar bear is the fate of the Arctic, and perhaps of us. In the south, the emperor penguin stands as sentinel of endurance. Through months of darkness and temperatures that plunge below -60 degrees Celsius, they form circles of warmth, each bird taking turns at the edge. When the wind howls across the ice, their bodies merge into a living wall, shielding fragile eggs balanced on their feet. The sound they make is not song, but faith, a soft, endless murmur that says, "We endure together." Around them, the leopard seal glides with lethal elegance, one of the few predators in a world built of cold. Its song, an eerie underwater call, echoes through the ice, vibrating like music from another dimension. Beneath the frozen surface, life pulses in color, jellyfish, krill, plankton, all glowing softly in the dark. To see it through a diver's lens is to glimpse another galaxy underfoot. The frozen landscapes themselves are guardians too. Glaciers, though slow, are powerful storytellers. Each layer of compressed snow holds secrets of the past, volcanic eruptions, ancient air, the breath of forests that no longer exist. Scientists drill cores from their hearts and read them like time capsules. Within their crystalline spirals lies the Earth's autobiography, written over 1,000,000 winters. But these pages are melting faster than they can be read. Even the icebergs, drifting like ghosts through polar seas, play their part. They carry minerals scraped from mountain roots, feeding plankton blooms that nourish whales and fish across oceans. They are floating bridges between land and sea, creation and decay. And when they melt, they release ancient freshwater back into circulation, a final act of giving before vanishing into memory. The guardians, silent and stoic, keep watch. Yet the warmth creeping northward threatens to unwrite their purpose. As the climate warms, the guardians begin to falter. Ice that once groaned and shifted with ancient rhythm now collapses with a sound like breaking thunder. The tundra softens, releasing methane long trapped beneath its frozen skin. What once preserved life now releases the ghosts of millennia past. The world listens as the ice begins to weep. But even in this unraveling, resilience flickers. The Arctic fox still hunts across snowdrifts, changing its coat from white to brown as seasons shift. The narwhal still sings through the black water, its spiral tusk glinting like a relic of myth. Walruses crowd together on thawing shores, their mournful calls echoing across waves. Each one is a prayer in motion, a reminder that life adapts, even when the ground beneath it dissolves. Scientists and explorers now join the ranks of these guardians. Clad in layers of synthetic warmth, they measure, record and bear witness. Ice cores are extracted, drones trace the retreat of glaciers, and satellites watch the poles blink and shrink in real time. Their work is not just study, it is preservation, the act of holding memory before it melts away. They know that every inch of lost ice means more than rising seas. It means the planet's lungs thinning, its heart slowing. For the indigenous peoples who have called the polar regions home for generations, the Inuit, the Sami, the Chukchi, the ice is more than a landscape. It is kin. They read the sky, the snow, the movement of caribou and fish as if decoding scripture. Their stories carry wisdom about balance, warning that when the ice grows restless, so will the world. Today, their traditions guide scientists toward understanding, a meeting of ancient intuition and modern data in the name of survival. The irony of the frozen worlds is that they burn with purpose. The auroras blaze, volcanoes beneath the Antarctic ice stir, and the cold glows with hidden fire. Even here, beneath temperatures that kill within minutes, the planet's warmth hums below. It's as if the Earth keeps a flame buried beneath its frost, waiting for us to remember that heat and cold, life and death are never opposites. They are partners. When the wind calms and the last hues of twilight fade, the poles return to silence. The sky fills with stars so sharp they seem carved from glass. Beneath them, the ice breathes, cracking, shifting, whispering. It is the sound of the planet thinking. The guardians still hold their vigil, patient and proud, their strength etched in every frozen wave and snow-dusted peak. One day, perhaps, the ice will reclaim what it has lost. The Earth is older than its wounds, and colder things have thawed before. Until then, the guardians remain, bears and penguins, glaciers and winds, people and memory, standing watch at the edge of the world. And when we look toward the poles, we are not seeing emptiness. We are looking into mirrors, reflections of what endurance looks like when wrapped in silence and light. Heat shimmers on the horizon like liquid glass. The air trembles, bending light into mirage. Beneath that endless sun, the desert stretches in every direction, an ocean of stone and silence. It is the oldest face of the planet, carved by wind and patience, sculpted by time itself. Every grain of sand is a fragment of something that once stood tall. A mountain, a coral reef, a monument to ages long vanished. The desert remembers what the world forgets. Unlike forests or seas, deserts do not hide, they reveal. Wind sweeps the land clean, stripping it to bone and shadow. Beneath that simplicity lies story, a chronicle of erosion, heat, and endurance. To the untrained eye, the desert seems empty. But look closer, and life emerges, lizards tracing lightning patterns in sand, beetles collecting dew, foxes ghosting across dunes beneath the moon. In this stillness, survival is an art of silence. The Sahara, the largest hot desert on Earth, was once green. 10,000 years ago, it was a garden. Rivers flowed, hippos wallowed, and humans painted its caves with stories of abundance. Then the planet tilted, rains withdrew, and the sands took over. Even now, buried beneath dunes, ancient lakes and fossilized riverbeds whisper of that lost Eden. Satellite images show patterns of vanished water, the fingerprints of time. Every desert tells the same tale in a different tongue. The Atacama in Chile has places where rain hasn't fallen in centuries, soil so dry it mirrors Mars. In its silence, NASA tests rovers for future worlds. The Gobi, vast and stony, breeds sandstorms that travel across continents, carrying minerals that feed forests thousands of miles away. The Arabian Desert, burning beneath a copper sky, hides seashells in its heart, fossils from when this land was ocean floor. But deserts are not only physical, they are spiritual too, landscapes of transformation. Prophets, poets, and wanderers have crossed them for millennia, seeking clarity in emptiness. The silence strips away distraction until only truth remains. In the desert, one hears not the absence of sound, but the presence of eternity. The wind becomes a voice, the stars a scripture. At dusk, the temperature plunges, heat flees as quickly as it came, and the sand cools to silver. Shadows stretch and creatures stir from their burrows, snakes, owls, and nocturnal cats reclaiming the night. The air smells faintly of stone and dust, ancient and clean. Overhead, the Milky Way spills across the sky with such brightness it feels almost close enough to touch. There are few places left where the stars shine like this, where light itself feels ancient. The desert teaches paradox. It is both graveyard and cradle, harsh yet sacred. What appears lifeless is merely resting. What seems eternal is always shifting. The dunes move like waves, sculpted anew each dawn. No landscape changes more slowly, and none more constantly. When the sun returns, it rises without mercy. The horizon blazes gold, and the air thickens with heat so dense it hums. Mirages shimmer again, bending distance into illusion. Mountains seem to float, rivers appear where none exist. The desert plays tricks not to deceive, but to remind that perception, like life, is shaped by what we seek to see. Despite its barrenness, the desert is alive in ways that defy belief. Seeds sleep for decades beneath the sand, waiting for the rare kiss of rain. When storms finally come, the land transforms overnight. Flowers burst through the dunes in waves of purple, yellow, and red. A miracle so brief, it feels like a dream. Within days, the heat returns, the petals fall, and the cycle of silence begins again. The desert remembers, but it never clings. Beneath the dunes, secrets rest undisturbed. Fossils of whales lie buried in Egyptian sands, proof that this wasteland was once sea. In the Namib, dunes rise taller than skyscrapers, their curves sculpted by winds older than civilization. And deep under the Sahara, massive aquifers still flow, hidden rivers that could sustain life for centuries if reached with care. The desert is not dead. It is simply private. The creatures that call it home are masters of adaptation. The fennec fox, with ears larger than its face, hears prey move beneath the sand. The camel, the ship of the desert, drinks once and remembers for weeks, storing not water but endurance. The thorny devil lizard channels dew along grooves in its skin straight to its mouth. Even the date palm, rooted in dust, stretches its green defiance toward the sun. In this furnace of hardship, survival is not resistance. It is grace. Humanity has always been drawn to these wastelands. The Bedouins still read the wind as scripture, their tents dark against the golden light. The Tuareg crossed the Sahara, guided by stars, each constellation a compass. Ancient trade routes still sleep beneath dunes, once alive with the jingle of camel bells and the scent of spice. In every desert, echoes of civilization remain, pottery shards, forgotten cities, footprints immortalized in hardened clay. But the deserts, too, are changing. Climate shifts expand their borders, swallowing once fertile lands. Sandstorms grow stronger, their reach stretching across oceans. Yet, like all of Earth's extremes, deserts endure with quiet strength. They are reminders of the planet's raw power, its ability to create, erase, and begin again. As night falls once more, the world cools and stills. The sand retains the day's warmth, glowing faintly under the moon. Somewhere in that vast silence, wind hums through rock formations shaped like cathedrals. The stars return in full brilliance, ancient and uncountable. Standing there, surrounded by infinity, one feels time itself move, slow, deliberate, eternal. The desert does not forgive or condemn. It observes, it remembers. It teaches those who wander through it that life is not about abundance but endurance, not about what we possess, but what we can carry across the storms of time. And when the wind finally smooths away your footprints, it's not erasure, it's acceptance. The desert has taken your story into its memory of sand, to keep forever under the endless watching sky. The wind is the desert's sculptor. It shapes mountains, moves dunes, and whispers across centuries as if reciting scripture written in dust. In a world where rain is rare and silence reigns, the wind becomes history's hand, carving its memory into the bones of the earth. Every ripple of sand, every weathered rock face, every canyon tells a story of movement, of patience that outlasts empires. Stone in the desert is alive. It creaks in the heat, contracts in the cold, and fractures like glass beneath pressure unseen. Over millennia, wind and sand grind it into art, arches, pillars, spires rising from the earth like frozen flames. These monoliths, silent and ancient, stand as guardians of forgotten ages. In the Wadi Rum of Jordan, they glow red beneath the sun, towering above a landscape so alien it feels like another planet. Nomads call it the Valley of the Moon, a place where even sound feels sacred. Further west, the Grand Canyon carves through the heart of America, a cathedral of color shaped by wind, water, and time. From above, its layers reveal the planet's autobiography, each stratum a page of history written in mineral and fossil. To stand on its rim is to see deep time made visible, to feel the immensity of creation pressing in silence. It reminds us that we are brief, wind-borne dust passing through eternity. The wind, though unseen, is never absent. It carries the scent of life and loss alike. It lifts grains of sand and moves mountains, slowly, invisibly. What we call erosion is, in truth, transformation, a reminder that change is constant, even when it feels still. Across deserts from Africa to Asia, winds like the Sirocco, Harmattan and Khamsin rise and fall with the seasons, carrying heat and dust for thousands of miles. In their wake, skies turn ochre, the sun dims, and distant lands breathe in the desert's breath. But wind is also memory. Ancient travelers once followed its moods to navigate, reading gusts, stars, and dunes as one living map. It carried their songs and prayers across continents, connecting villages and empires. Along the Silk Road, caravans moved with the rhythm of the wind, their shadows long against the sand, their hearts set toward horizons unknown. Every step, every gust, was part of a conversation between humanity and Earth that has never truly ended. Even ruins remember. Buried beneath centuries of shifting dunes, cities like Petra and Uxmal emerge again, carved facades and stone stairways uncovered by the same wind that once buried them. The earth does not forget. It only hides its secrets until time feels right to reveal them. The sands may cover kingdoms, but they never erase them. When night falls, the wind softens. It hums through canyons like a lullaby, brushing over ancient carvings, the remnants of fire rings and fossilized footprints. The desert cools, but it never sleeps. Somewhere, a new dune begins to rise, and another slowly fades away, the landscape rewriting itself one grain at a time. At dawn, the desert glows with quiet fire. The first light catches the edges of stone and dune alike, painting them in shades of gold, rose and amber. The air feels weightless, charged with stillness. It's in this moment, before the heat returns, that the soul of the desert speaks loudest. The wind stirs, carrying whispers from places long gone, as though memory itself travels on the morning breeze. Each gust recalls the civilizations that dared to call the desert home. The Nabateans of Petra carved their city from rock, transforming cliffs into temples that still catch the dawn light 2,000 years later. In the Sahara, beneath the sands, lie traces of lost kingdoms whose names we've forgotten, but whose stories linger in pottery shards and burial grounds. These remnants tell of trade routes, of music, of life flourishing in the unlikeliest places. The wind was their messenger, spreading their influence across continents. To stand in the middle of a vast desert is to stand outside of time. There are no boundaries here, no walls to hold the past. The sky arches so wide it swallows all sense of distance. The wind moves around you, through you, reminding you that you are part of something infinite. The dunes hum softly, shifting with each breath of air, and you realize that the earth is not still. It is always speaking, always changing, always remembering. And then the storms come, sudden, immense, blinding. Walls of sand, hundreds of feet tall, rise without warning, swallowing the horizon in gold and red. The sound is low and thunderous, like the heartbeat of the planet. Travelers once feared these storms as omens, yet even they serve a purpose. They move the desert's memory, carrying grains of ancient mountains to new lands, scattering fragments of history across the world. The wind is the world's archivist, reshaping history with every breath. When the storm ends, silence returns thicker than before. The world looks new, reborn in the aftermath. Shapes have shifted, landmarks erased, but life endures. A single track of beetle prints winds between dunes. A falcon circles high above, searching the sands for movement. And far off, a caravan moves again, slow, deliberate, eternal. As night falls, the desert exhales its heat into the stars. The air cools to crystal, the dunes glow silver under the moon, and the wind begins its patient song again. It moves through rock and sand and bone, a reminder that everything we build will one day return to dust, but not to oblivion. Dust, after all, is memory made weightless. The winds of stone and memory do not mourn what they take. They celebrate transformation. They carry stories of birth, loss, endurance, and renewal across the face of the earth. What the wind erases, it also preserves, not in monuments or names, but in motion itself. And if you listen long enough, standing beneath the endless stars, you might hear it whisper, "Nothing is truly lost. It only changes shape in the wind." Step into the green, and you step into forever. The air is thick, heavy with life and history. Sunlight filters through layers of leaves, scattering into beams that move like golden smoke. Beneath your feet, the soil is soft, a tapestry of fallen lives returning to feed the living. Every inch of forest breathes, hums, and remembers. This is not a place of silence. It is a living orchestra, where every leaf, insect, and drop of water plays its part in nature's endless song. The rainforest, the beating heart of Earth, covers only a fraction of the planet, yet holds most of its life. In a single square mile, you can find more species than entire nations contain. Vines twist like veins through the canopy, linking trees into one colossal organism. Flowers bloom in impossible colors, drawing hummingbirds that glitter like flying jewels. Every sound here, the rustle, the chirp, The distant cry is a heartbeat of the planet itself. The forest is not chaos, it is balance in motion. Trees rise toward the sun, competing for light, while their roots tangle deep underground in a quiet alliance. Beneath the surface, fungal networks connect the living, sending signals, sharing nutrients, warning of danger. Scientists call it the wood wide web, but ancient peoples simply called it wisdom. The trees speak, slowly and silently, in a language written in chemistry and time. In this shadowed cathedral, predators stalk and prey hide in plain sight. Jaguars melt into the underbrush, their golden eyes reflecting fragments of light. Troops of monkeys chatter above, their laughter echoing through the leaves. Ants march like armies, clearing paths through fallen foliage. Everything here has a purpose, a rhythm, a reason. There is no waste, only transformation. Rain begins without warning, soft at first, then torrential, a deluge that pounds against leaves like applause. The forest drinks deeply, rivers swelling, waterfalls roaring. The scent of wet earth rises, rich and ancient. Life blooms again, and within hours flowers reopen, insects emerge, and birds resume their symphony. The forest doesn't fear storms, it thrives on them. Destruction is renewal here, and beneath it all, unseen but constant, the pulse of the earth beats on, patient, eternal, unbroken. Section 2, Veins of Life, Part 2. Beneath the emerald canopy, rivers wind like arteries, carrying nutrients through the forest's veins. The Amazon River, the greatest of them all, moves more water than any other on Earth, a liquid highway of life. Its currents carry seeds, fish, and legends. Piranhas lurk beneath floating lilies, pink dolphins surface like dreams, and electric eels pulse with silent lightning. Even the mud here teems with unseen energy. Bacteria that breathe minerals, worms that sculpt soil, roots that drink memory. But the forest is more than biology. It is myth. Indigenous tribes who live within its embrace understand it not as wilderness, but as home, spirit, and teacher. They read the forest the way others read books, each plant a word, each sound a sentence. The wind carries messages, and the call of a bird can foretell rain. To them, the trees are not resources, they are relatives. Their songs are the voice of the earth speaking back to us. Yet even this vast paradise trembles. The modern world has drawn hungry lines through its heart, chainsaws cutting into silence, fires rising where rivers once glimmered. Forests fall for timber, cattle, and gold. Species vanish before they are even named. Each fallen tree releases more than wood and smoke. It releases memory, oxygen, the planet's breath. Scientists warn that if the great forests die, the climate will unravel, the green heart will stop beating, and the world will suffocate in its stillness. But the story does not end in despair. Life, stubborn and luminous, always finds a way. Seeds float on wind and water, finding new ground. Communities plant trees where none remain. In Costa Rica, Indonesia, and the Congo, reforestation brings birds back to silent valleys. Each sprout is a promise, each root a prayer. Slowly, the green returns, and with it, hope. At dusk, the forest exhales mist that drifts like spirit through the trees. Fireflies ignite tiny stars born from the ground. Their glow reflects in river pools, doubling the heavens. You stand surrounded by life so vast it feels infinite, and you realize the truth the forest has always known, that survival is not power, but connection. Every leaf, every root, every drop of rain is part of one vast, breathing mind. And when you inhale, the forest breathes with you. One heartbeat shared between earth and all its creatures. The forest is not just alive, it is life itself. If you stand still long enough, the earth begins to hum. Beneath your feet, through the soil, the water and the air, something moves, steady, ancient, alive. Scientists can measure it now, a faint vibration that resonates through every living thing. They call it microseismic activity. But long before instruments and data, ancient people already knew the world has a pulse. It beats through the oceans, through forests and deserts, through the blood of every creature that ever breathed. You can hear it in the rhythm of waves, in the cry of whales that echo for miles beneath the sea. You can see it in the migration of herds across the savannah, in the synchronized blooming of flowers when spring returns. It is life's heartbeat, one pulse shared among countless beings. The coral reefs are one of its loudest voices. Under turquoise waters, millions of creatures weave their lives together. Fish, mollusks, sea fans, and anemones forming the world's most dazzling neighborhoods. Tiny coral polyps build cities of stone, feeding on sunlight and plankton, creating structures visible from space. They are the lungs and bones of the ocean, the living proof that cooperation, not competition, sustains existence. Above the water, rainforests continue the rhythm, exhaling oxygen, inhaling carbon, regulating the balance that makes breath possible. Rivers follow the same rhythm, winding like arteries through continents, connecting glaciers to seas. Even storms follow the pattern. Lightning strikes in timed intervals, and thunder responds in echo. The universe, it seems, is less chaos than choreography. Every species dances to this unseen tempo. Birds migrate in unison, whales follow sound, bees navigate by the angle of sunlight. Even humans, though we pretend otherwise, are still bound by it. Our heartbeats rising with daylight, our dreams deepening with the night. The planet's rhythm is the oldest music, and we are both its composers and its listeners. But in our rush to modernity, we've grown deaf to it. Concrete covers soil. Engines drown out wind. Screens replace stars. The pulse continues, but faintly now, muffled beneath the weight of civilization. Our disconnection is not just emotional, it's physical. Scientists warn that as ecosystems collapse, the rhythm itself falters. Coral bleaching, forests falling silent, animals vanishing from landscapes that once trembled with life. The planet's song is losing its harmony, yet the beat remains, waiting for us to remember it. Section 2. The Breath Between Worlds, Part 2. In remote places untouched by machines, the pulse of the planet still sings clearly. In the Arctic twilight, whales call through icy water, their voices resonating across continents. In the Serengeti, herds thunder across the plains in waves of muscle and dust, driven by instinct older than history. In the depths of the rainforest, insects hum at frequencies so precise they align with the movement of wind. The world beats in time, and all of it, every note, every heartbeat, is connected. Humans once moved with this rhythm. We planted with the moon, sailed by the stars, hunted by the seasons. Our ancestors listened to the wind like scripture. The heartbeat of the earth was the heartbeat of survival, not a sound to observe, but a pulse to follow. Today, scientists are rediscovering that connection through new means, the measurement of biophony, the collective sound of ecosystems. Healthy forests hum with complex frequencies, while dying ones fall eerily silent. Even sound, it turns out, can measure life. When we align ourselves with that rhythm again, walking barefoot on soil, watching the ocean breathe, we begin to feel it inside us. The anxiety fades, the noise softens, and something ancient awakens. Meditation, prayer, song, all are forms of remembering the planet's tempo. The pulse that drives the tides also drives the human heart. We are not separate instruments. We are one vast symphony. But the living pulse is more than beauty. It is balance. When one system suffers, all others tremble. The melting poles alter ocean currents. The loss of bees shifts harvests. The silence of one species ripples outward until the world itself falters. Nature is not fragile because it breaks easily. It is fragile because it depends on harmony. And yet the pulse endures. Beneath smog and steel, beneath data and division, the earth still breathes. Every gust of wind, every falling leaf, every newborn cry adds another beat to the rhythm. Life continues, adapting, evolving, remembering. The planet's heart may slow, but it never stops. Stand beneath the stars and listen. Feel the air move, the ground vibrate, your own pulse quicken. That is not coincidence, it's connection. You are hearing the same rhythm that stirred oceans into motion and taught wings to fly. The pulse of the planet is the pulse of you. And as long as one breath remains, the symphony will never end. Everything that lives must one day fall, yet nothing truly ends. The earth has always been a circle, a rhythm of rise and return. From the ocean's tides to the orbit of the moon, from the sprouting of a seed to the decay of a fallen tree, existence flows in loops of renewal. This is the great truth of life. Nothing is wasted, and nothing is truly gone. The soil beneath us is made of ashes, bone, and stars. The carbon in our blood once drifted through galaxies. The water we drink has been sipped by dinosaurs, frozen in glaciers, evaporated, and rained again. The wind that brushes your face may have once carried the scent of an ancient forest. We are all participants in a sacred exchange, the eternal recycling of life. In every ecosystem, the pattern repeats. Leaves fall to the forest floor, becoming food for insects and fungi. Those in turn feed the roots that birth new trees. Coral breaks, fish feed, coral grows again. Predators die, and their bodies enrich the soil that nourishes the grass for prey to graze. The circle of life is not metaphor but mechanism, an endless, intricate dance of energy transforming from one form into another. Even the stars follow this pattern. They burn until their cores collapse, scattering heavy elements into space, the same elements that make up oceans, mountains, and hearts. The universe itself is a cycle of birth and return, expansion and collapse, destruction and creation. The smallest cell mirrors the largest galaxy. The circle is everywhere. Humans once knew this instinctively. Our ancestors buried their dead facing east, toward the sunrise, symbol of renewal. They burned offerings to the wind, returned bones to rivers, thanked animals for their sacrifice. Life and death were not opposites to them, but siblings. Every ceremony, every harvest, every fire was an act of participation in the Earth's unending rhythm. But in our modern distance, we've forgotten. We build as if permanence were possible. We take as though resources were infinite. We bury waste that will outlast memory and call it progress. Yet the Earth, in quiet persistence, continues its loop. Even in cities, weeds find cracks. Even in ruins, life begins again. The circle does not need us to remember it, but we need it to survive. Section 2. The Eternal Return. Part 2. When rain falls on barren ground, it does not ask for gratitude. When seeds sprout in ashes, they do not question their origin. Nature forgives by default. The cycle continues not out of mercy, but design. And within that cycle lies our redemption. the chance to remember that life, in all its fragile beauty, exists because endings feed beginnings. In the savannas of Africa, elephants die near waterholes, their bones bleaching beneath the sun. Years later, acacia trees grow where their bodies fell, roots drinking the calcium of their ancestors. In the oceans, whales descend into the dark after death, becoming oases for life, entire ecosystems born from a single passing. Death in nature is never empty. It is an offering. Humans, too, are threads in this weave. The breath we exhale becomes the oxygen plants inhale. The warmth of our fires powers clouds that return as rain. The food we eat, the ground we walk on, even the dust on our skin, all come from the same cosmic circle. We are not outside the loop. We are its continuation. In this truth lies hope. The same world we have wounded is the same world that can heal us. Reforestation, clean water, renewable energy, these are not simply solutions. They are acts of rejoining the circle. When we plant a tree, we don't just fix the air. We restore a rhythm that our ancestors once kept by instinct. The circle also exists within us. The heart beats, blood flows, lungs inhale and exhale. Every moment, cells die and are replaced. The body renews itself endlessly, just as the earth does. We are not guests here. We are reflections of the same pattern that turns planets and spins galaxies. At sunset, when the sky burns red and gold, you can see it, the daily proof of eternal return. The sun falls, darkness spreads, yet dawn always follows. In that endless repetition lies comfort. The circle never truly closes, it simply continues, expanding outward in ripples of renewal. And when you stand still beneath the stars, feeling the wind on your skin, you understand. The world doesn't end. It transforms, it breathes, it remembers. Every life, every spark, every dream becomes part of something larger, an infinite exchange that has no beginning and no finish. The circle doesn't ask to be completed. It only asks to be respected, because in its endless motion lies the secret of all creation, that life, no matter how small, always finds its way back to itself.